Or Doria.
It is now 5 o'clock. Time to begin the council meeting. So if the audience can silence themselves. So we will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. No? Oh. Wrong one, huh? Yes. I'm sorry. I'm asking the audience to silence themselves so that we can begin with the roll call.
Councilmember Bonner.
Here.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Zepeda.
Here.
Mayor Martinez.
Presente.
And Councilmember Robinson is absent. This is our open session to hear public comment before closed session. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1 is liability claims. Claimant Alwyn Brown, agency against City of Richmond. Item C2, conference with labor negotiators. Agency representatives Sharon Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021 full-time and part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Item C3 is conference with legal counsel anticipated litigation. There's one case. We currently have one in-person speaker for closed session items. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on closed session items only, please raise your hand at this time. The in-person speaker is Cordell Hendler. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, Council. Happy New Year to you, everybody. So, for the record, Cordell Hendler, and I'm going to be stating on the items only. So, as I said last month, the unions they got their raise, but I feel there should be more. We got to be generous. So, I say new year, new beginnings. So, when you go into closed session, these unions have done a lot for Richmond. So, I am pleading with you all to make sure that the unions to be deserved to pay fairly, and I'll just leave it at that so we can get the new year off to a good start. That's it.
Okay. We do have one online speaker.
Holly Fear, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to say with the recent, I just finished being mayor in Tiburon, and it's a trust. It's a public trust for everyone in the community. And with the recent posts by Eduardo Martinez,
Excuse me?
we have seen
You need to be speaking to closed session items.
I'm speaking to the general public comment for items not on the agenda.
This is not the time for general public comment. This is for comments that pertain to closed session items.
Okay, well, can you put me back in the queue for the open session items?
Please raise your hand at that time. Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
All right, with that, I'll close open session for closed session, and we will retire to closed session. We'll see you when we get back.
All right. I'm gonna go see if there's nobody over there in the room. I'm gonna start coughing. Well, okay. I'm gonna go check. Is she coming over here? I'm not sure. Said her phone. I got her a plate. Why she gonna warm it up for lunch tomorrow? I think there she is. Ursula's in the other room. Oh, she didn't want to start coughing. Oh. This is not. Okay. So I have one right here in the middle. I think that's it. Mine was the with a. Okay. Which one did you have? I had it with the pink one. See, that definitely goes in line with red. Let me see, maybe. So maybe this is it. No, I just put this one down for her. Maybe this is the tip. Yeah. It's okay.
Sahela has overstayed her 2-minute bathroom break. It is now time for the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
one nation,
with liberty and justice for all.
liberty and justice for all.
Are we ready for roll call? Ready for roll
Yes,
call?
roll call, please.
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Presente.
Okay. Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any?
None.
Hearing none. Item J was left on the agenda by mistake. It should go to the January 20th agenda. So item J has been withdrawn from the agenda. Okay, we're under agenda review. Item P1 has been continued to February 3rd. And that's by staff's request. We have two.
Oh.
Okay. You want me to announce? We have two emergency items.
Yep, I was going to bring forward an emergency item. Is this the right time?
I'm sorry, P1 was moved to when?
February 3rd.
Councilmember Wilson?
Is O3A still on the agenda for the SS Red Oak Victory? I'd like to take that
sorry.
off consent.
Okay, hold on one second. Okay, so is this the item where you were speaking with? Okay, so that's the item, I'm sorry. So
that's okay.
P1,
Yeah, I'm okay
remains
with
on the
hearing
agenda.
P1 tonight. I was hoping to have O3A continued.
yeah, O3A is continued to February 3rd.
Okay.
That's the item. You got that correction?
So does that mean that P1 is,
P1 is still on the agenda.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, then we
Madam
have two.
Clerk, I would like to bring up a emergency agenda item. And then this, I'll need some assistance from our city attorney, bringing in an item, and I think everyone has a copy of it, which is a censorship item as the emergency item per Government Code Section 54954.2A2 of the Brown Act, which states that the need for action arose after the agenda was published. And in fact, the agenda was published one day before the post-controversy came to light. And waiting until next meeting will continue to cause harm to our community. Many of our Richmond residents feel unsafe by the mayor's actions. And also, we have a lot of people here to speak on the item potentially.
So I'm asking of legal, does it meet the requirements for an emergency item?
I can give you the legal standard, but it's up to you all to make the determination. And there's a vote needed, a 2/3 majority vote to add an item on. which is an exception to the Brown Act, and I can re-articulate the exception now, if that would be helpful. The first prong of this immediate action exception is that the need for the action arose after the agenda was published. And my understanding is the agenda was published for the January 6th meeting on Wednesday. You can clarify that.
It was published on Friday, December 19th.
Okay, Friday, December 19th. And there is a need for immediate action. Immediate action is required because of undue harm, and it would be required to act now instead of on the regularly scheduled next meeting, which would be January 20th. I can articulate the standard, but it's up to you all to make a vote and to make that determination.
Okay, thank you. So
We have to finish this one.
we should do them one at a time.
Okay.
Okay, so
And
need
then-
a motion.
Part of that request as well will be to hear this agenda item, because there's a lot of people here, I'm assuming, to speak on it, one side or the other, that this item be heard above any other agenda items tonight. So that there would be, the motion is to accept this agenda item of censorship as the emergency item before any other items.
Okay, I want a clarification. Are you saying before consent calendar?
Yes.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment that we, if this passes, that we do consent calendar first, because it's items that are essential to the movement of the city forward.
I can take that. Okay, do we have a second?
A second.
Yes.
Are we doing discussion?
Not yet, we need to vote.
Do we discuss whether to put it?
To put it on
Yeah,
emergency?
yeah, is that a
Yes,
discussion?
yes.
Because
Good.
I'm
Okay,
ready to
yes,
discuss
go
that.
ahead.
So there's a standard for putting last minute items. So for those of you who aren't city council policy nerds, we are governed by what's called the Brown Act, which are the rules for open and transparent meetings. And the idea is that the public should have a chance to know what's on an agenda before it reaches an agenda. And certainly those of us on the city council should have an opportunity to know what's on an agenda more than 72 hours before we're asked to make a decision on it. And there are certain, cases in which there's some emergency or some extreme harm that's going to come from us following those rules. I want to say that while I want to acknowledge that I know that there is a lot of anger and frustration on every side of this issue, I do think it's really important that we properly agendize council items. I have not read this censure proposal, this emergency. I know some of you, it's circulated in the community. Some people are telling me what's in it. I have never seen it before. And so to ask me right now to make a decision on it, I think is bad public policy. I don't think that it rises. I think it's important that I, as a council member, and the public have a chance to see it on an agenda and review it before a decision is made. And upholding these sort of Brown Act standards for transparency, it's important even when there's a group of people waiting to speak and even when we're feeling pressured. I would actually say it's more important to uphold these standards when people are here putting pressure on us to just toss them aside and throw something on the agenda because they want to talk about it. I could say more, but I'm going to stop there. I just want folks to realize that I don't think it rises to the standard of an emergency item. I don't think there's harm that will come from waiting 2 weeks to have it on a proper agenda item on a city council meeting. So I'm going to vote no on the emergency item.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Wilson, for this. I feel like there is a lot of other harm that had happened. Louder? It's a lot of harm that had happened in our communities for many, many reasons, and it doesn't get to this point of putting it on an agenda. And I feel like we cannot just rule by political reasons in a way that divide our community. I feel like if this agenda item can be a discussion, and it can be put into an agenda item for another time with the proper rules and procedures that we follow. And that could be the way that we can do it. The community that is here can speak in open forum. It's not like we are censoring what you are going to say, whether one or another. But I feel like bringing something that it doesn't meet all the standards of an agenda, an emergency item, then it put us in a situation where everything could be an emergency in many ways. So I feel like it's important that this issue is discussed. There is different opinions. I am not going to say it or to be open about that, because these are complicating issues that we are discussing here. But I just feel like in some ways this is the first time in the year we should be talking about how we do an example of how we can follow rules and procedures for the meetings, and no just putting something that we haven't read, that we are not going to be informed, that the community is not going to be informed. And as I said before, in my comments, I think is an overreaching of a really complicated political issue, because this city and this progressive council has been outspoken about the horrific things that are happening in Palestine. So I will be voting no on this emergency item, and I will be voting no on this resolution. So thank you.
Okay. So any other council members? Councilmember Brown.
Thank you so much. I think that when we talk about an emergency item, it's just that, it's an emergency. So we don't anticipate it. We didn't anticipate this. I think that if you have a pulse and you're in the city of Richmond, then you know what's transpired. You know what's going on. So to say that you didn't have an opportunity to read a resolution does not negate the fact that we have a responsibility as a council to answer to the community. Again, this resolution is not about assigning intent or punishment, but about acknowledging the harm, that there's a consensus on the council that harm was done. This resolution is about restabilizing our community, whatever side you're on. It's about restabilizing the city of Richmond, being one Richmond. Also, it's about, again, fulfilling our responsibility as a council. We don't get to escape and say we didn't have time to read, or we don't want to take out time to read the resolution. It's not really dense. It's a quick read. So I think, again, we have a responsibility to answer to the public. We can't say that justice can wait for people who have expressed harm, who have expressed feeling unprotected in our community. And as the sitting government, we don't take heed to that, or we don't rise it to the level of seriousness. So while it may not impact you directly, it impacts someone. And when someone is impacted, we can't tell them how to feel, how to not feel offended, or you need to wait to have a resolve. So Again, I'll stop there. I will be voting yes on this resolution. I actually called.
All right. Uh, Vice Mayor Cepeda.
I wasn't finished. I wasn't
But-
finished. I wasn't finished. I actually called for the mayor's resignation. However, I think the censorship is the least that the council can do. There's no time to go into hiding and not answer and respond to the public. You can continue to put it off. Harm doesn't go away when you impact someone and when you impact a community. So I really think that, again, it's our due diligence to respond as a governing body with being entrusted by the residents of Richmond. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Cepeda.
It actually does meet the standard for an emergency item. We have heard other items that met even less of a threshold for that, and we've heard it because we felt that it was important for our community. And we up here have that authority to making sure that we measure what is important and what is not. So not giving this the importance, then it shows. And this, it's for the people that have read it, and I think there should be copies around for everyone. You can see that it's not placing, we're not censoring the mayor from speaking. This is actually trying to help heal the community. And now some of the actions he's already started doing, from what I understand. He already started talking with the rabbi. He's already started looking into how to start healing. So a lot of that is already in there. We just want to solidify it. And as a council, this is on us. So there's two different things happening with the resolution. One of them is, what should the mayor do? And the other one, just as important, is what should the council do? And do we stand with, or do we try to move forward and try to heal the community as we're moving forward? We'll be back on the 20th if we have to, and it will be agendized if that's what it has to be, and everyone will come back. But we're continuing to not help heal for the next 2 weeks, when we can start the healing as early as tomorrow, or even as later today. That's the purpose of this resolution, is to try to start healing and healing now. So if you haven't had a chance to read it, take a look at it. Again, a lot of the stuff the mayor has already started doing, so it's nothing much newer. It's just putting it into words. But that is where it is. So thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
Good evening, everybody. So first want to say that I have already expressed my feelings about the reposts directly to Mayor Eduardo. I felt like they were wrong. They were absolutely anti-Semitic, and they were disappointing. I think that they did cause harm. They do make people feel unsafe. Those particular posts were wrong. We're just wrong. And I've already expressed that. When I'm reading here tonight in this resolution that I just got and I just read, goes beyond acknowledging what I just said. It includes, if I'm reading it correctly, the mayor not participating, not doing his job, not participating in regional committees, taking part of his salary and doing other things with it, having, it's just a bunch of other things. It also has language in here that leans towards criticizing political speech in a couple of the sections. And political speech that I feel is very warranted and very right, and we should be speaking out about 70,000 people murdered. So this, to me, needs more time. I think that we do need to say and send a clear message about what those reposts did. I think that I don't think that I'm overstepping to say that I think the mayor understands this. And I think this needs more time and we need to do it right. So I'll be voting no on this tonight.
Councilmember Bonham.
Thank you. I would like to thank everyone who has come here tonight to express their perspective, and also thank everyone who has sent us email or came to visit us in person. I just want to be clear that I condemn hateful language and actions in all forms, including anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. I stand firmly against hate and intimidation directed at any community. What the mayor said on LinkedIn was hurtful and deeply troubling to many in our Jewish community. The fear, pain, and distress expressed by any community targeted by hate must be taken seriously. As a council member, my responsibility is to focus on the safety, dignity, and well-being of all Richmond residents, and to work towards solutions that help heal our community rather than deepen wounds. Because in unity, we rise. Thank you.
I'm not going to speak to this unless it's time to speak to it, but I will say that I am concerned about process. Today, this afternoon, Vice Mayor Cepeda and Councilmember Brown came to my office to discuss this item with me, to see if we could make changes to it before it even gets out to the public. So I don't know if their intention was to talk to all council members, but I had told him that I had already talked to a council member about it, and he kept insisting. And I had to become a broken record, saying I've talked to another council member, I've talked to another council member. So I don't think process is being taken seriously here.
I'm sorry, are you talking about the Brown Act violation?
Yes, I am. And it's amazing to me that he would come to me at the last minute to talk about changes, and he would not talk to me at the very beginning to find out what I thought, what I did, what we could do together to move forward. None of the people who put this on had any conversations with me about that. Instead, they chose to do something which they say is not punitive, but it is punitive. And so, because of the lack of respect and the lack of rule of law, I will have to vote no. So let's roll call.
Okay, and this is to add the emergency item. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
No.
Councilmember Jimenez?
No.
Councilmember Wilson?
No.
Councilmember Robinson?
No.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
No.
Motion fails with Councilmember. The motion fails with Council Members Brown and Vice Mayor Cepeda voting yes.
Now, I realize that this is a vote for the rule of law, and that it will come back properly agendized. So, question to legal: because it failed, can they speak to this during open forum?
They can make comments. They can make comments about anything not on the agenda during open forum, and since this item is not on the agenda, that's the proper place to make comments.
Okay, thank you. There was another emergency item?
Yes, thank you. So some of us are still saying Happy New Year to each other, but there are families that are going through grief and trauma. Although the city of Richmond had the lowest number of homicides in 2025, we had 5 cases of homicide and gun violence. And my emergency item is about acknowledging the pain and trauma of the families that are going through it and acknowledging the responsibility of
I'm
the
so-
city council just by a few moments of silence. That's all.
I'm sorry, but do you have the agenda item?
I have it, but I failed to make copies for everyone.
Well,
I'm so sorry. Should I
it-
make copies and bring it back?
It can't be properly agendized unless there's an agenda. Item.
I sent it to the city clerk.
What, can I
Yes.
propose?
Through the
All
chair.
I'm asking for is a few moments of silence to recognize what's going on.
Yes.
So,
I propose,
can I just re-articulate the standard here that we want to follow for an
yeah.
exception to the Brown Act? Because this agenda item was not properly agendized, so we want to,
Can I explain why it was delayed?
Sure, but there's a two-pronged step. So
Yes.
the information on the agenda item was not was received after the agenda was posted. That's the first one, and then there's an immediate need to act,
I can explain. So
or
the-
there's an emergency of some type.
The reason, I think we have a moral duty, that's what establishes the emergency. The reason why it was late, I've been waiting for the name of the victims to say their names loud. But first of all, the police department took time, and then the city attorney mentioned me that we don't have the consent of their families to say their names loud here in public at the city council. And I waited until the last minute. That's why it is late. And I'm sorry that the city clerk hasn't published it, but basically all I'm asking for is just a few moments of silence. I think it is very important to honor the sanctity of life at the city of Richmond, despite all the success and gratitude to the Office of Neighborhood Safety, Police Department, nonprofit, community-based organizations, and volunteers, to acknowledge our own role at the city council to reduce it to 0.
We generally do moments of silence for people at closing. So why can we not do it at the time that we usually do it?
This is different. This is to remember the victims of gun violence. They did not just die or pass away. It's different from what we do for people who pass away and we know and want to honor them. It's to honor the sanctity of life at the city council. Let's take a vote, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Yes.
can share. Can we propose that instead of at the end of, because what Council Bana is proposing is a minute of silence, can we start the meeting with that minute of silence saying that it's for gun violence? And instead of just like a big emergency, if you, the chair, can change that and we agree that could be, we can start. And it's not an emergency item, it's just to start this meeting with a moment of silence for those who we had lost in gun violence in the city.
We have to do an agenda item because we would be adding to, so we can't just change things unless it's agendized. So does this meet the limits?
Again, I'm going to turn it, it's your decision to make, but, it's unclear to me, what's the action? And I haven't reviewed the agenda item. What's the recommended action, just so that even members of the council can understand what they're voting on?
Just hold a few moments of silence to reflect on the loss of life, the pain felt by surviving families, and the urgency of continuing this vital work.
Okay, so the vote right now would be on whether this item constitutes an emergency to bypass the 72-hour notice requirements for agenda items. So I can re-articulate the standard, or you all can vote.
She's made a motion. Point of order. So Councilmember Moddin's made a motion
Yeah.
to put this on as an emergency item. Has it been seconded?
It dies from lack of second. Okay, we'll move on to the report from the city attorney for final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. During tonight's closed session, all 3 listed items were discussed, but no final reportable action was taken. Thank you.
Our next item is a report from the city manager, and this will include a new employee report.
No report this evening, given the number of public speakers. Thank you.
We do have a new employee report, or no?
No report this evening.
Okay. Okay, our next item is open forum. An open forum is an opportunity to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar. And as a reminder, item 03A was continued to February 3rd. Okay. During open forum, dialogue between the council and speakers prohibited. Tonight we have 72 speakers in person here. We have 52 speakers in the auditorium. And if there's anyone joining us online that would like to speak under open forum, please raise your hand at this time. Okay, we'll start with the in-person speakers and then move to the online speakers and then move to the auditorium. When you are called to address the council, state your name and your city of residence. It's optional. Please terminate your address to the council when your time expires. And Mayor and Council, do we want to reduce the time from 2 minutes to 1 minute, or
How many speakers are there?
We have 72 in person here, and then we have 52 in the auditorium, and right now we have 39 with their hands raised online.
Well, the agenda says that if there's 25 or more, we reduce it to 1 minute.
Okay, so we'll reduce, each speaker will have 1 minute to address the council.
Mayor, Madam Clerk, Mayor, if I may, through the chair, given that it appears as though there are approximately 160-ish public speakers, I would like to formally note that city staff that are here under the auspices of new business may be relieved to go home for the evening, and their items will be considered at a subsequent meeting if we have consent with that.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes. So,
Okay, so each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to address the council.
1 minute.
1 minute, sorry.
You're so generous. You can't help yourself.
Almost got me. No. Okay, the City of Richmond, we welcome your comments and request that you present your remarks in a respectful and appropriate manner within the established 1 minute time limit. So I'm going to call groups of 10. And please line up behind the speaker's podium so that we can move quickly through the speakers. Zach Cohen, Mara Collins, Mindy Pines, Tim O'Brien, Sophia O'Brien, I'm trying to read the names, Julie Sachs-Taller, Joan Peters, Elaine S., Lorena Riza, and Robert Bowen. Please come forward. Reduce this to 1 minute. This is Zach.
And also, one person here said that I could have their minute. Would that be all right?
No, we do
No,
not cede
sorry.
minutes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Rob. I'm a Bay Area resident. I'm here today to ask for the resignation of the mayor. I don't do so lightly. I do not have time here to debate the points of the Israel-Palestine conflict, though I would love to do so, nor do I have the time to express all the ways that I consider the words and actions of the mayor anti-Semitic, although I would love to do so. I know that there are many here who disagree with me, but I also know that there are many, many more who feel like I do. I would ask, if the mayor does not resign, that he and the members of the council, at a minimum, meet with us to discuss our concerns, listen to us, take us seriously, hear us with an open mind and an open heart. Thank you very much.
Zach Cohen.
Hi, my name is Tim O'Brien. Over 2 years ago, on October 25th, 2023, Tim O'Brien, the JCRC condemned Mayor Rodriguez for proposing a ceasefire resolution that promotes propaganda, weaponizes historical inaccuracy, and accuses Israel of ethnic cleansing and apartheid in Gaza. That is your true sin, Mayor, standing up to the Israeli lobby for the human rights of all people without exception. There's been a target on your back since that day. To the City Council, I will say the mayor acted rashly and insensitively. He has apologized. We are not a one-strike-and-you're-out society, especially when you have championed so many community and human rights causes on behalf of Black and brown and all people over the years. Due to the Israel lobby's intentional conflation of criticism of a rogue state with anti-Semitism, that word has lost much of its meaning today. But as recent events in Venezuela have shown, there are other nefarious isms out there, all predicated on white supremacy, that demand our attention. Imperialism, colonialism, fascism, racism, Zionism. We need to look no further than what
Your time has expired.
said. Okay.
Thank you.
There's real work to do. Don't listen to the noise. Thank you.
The next speaker is Zach Cohen. No, they're just, okay. Myra Collins.
Oh, no.
Myra Collins. Okay.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak today. Hello, council members and mayor. My name is Mara Collins. I'm a Jew living here in Berkeley, and I'm here today to express my support for Mayor Martinez. We know the mayor's record demonstrates that he's good for Richmond, is an asset to Richmond. We know that he has done what he said he would do, and that Richmond is better for it. Now, on the matter of this attack on his statement, first, I need to say, first and foremost, the JCRC does not speak for all Jews. It certainly does not speak for me. And we as Jews cannot call everything we don't agree with anti-Semitism. To silence and punish the mayor is to silence and punish those who oppose genocide and who stand on the right side of history. Harm has been done, it's true, but let's be clear. The genocide is what is harmful, not the offended people who are choosing to use what has happened as an opportunity to uphold murderous policies of Zionism. I know my time's over. Thank you.
Mindy Pines. And she'll be followed by Sophia O'Brien. Mindy Pines.
Good evening, I'm Mindy Pines, 20-year resident of Richmond. This isn't about Palestine or Gaza. It's about fitness for public office and your responsibility as a governing body. When our mayor echoes anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that Jews carried out their own mass murder at a Hanukkah celebration in Sydney, the harm is real. It lands on real people in our community. Censor is a basic tool of accountability available to you should the mayor not resign. Not using it signals that there are no consequences for behavior that undermines public trust. This is not about free speech. It is about responsible leadership. Institutions fail not only because of those who act recklessly, but because of those who remain silent when standards are breached. Each of you is going on record. Your actions or lack thereof will be remembered by our community and by history. Will you be complicit?
Sophia O'Brien.
My name is Sophia O'Brien. Oh, it started. Okay. So I'm here to express my support for Mayor Martinez and how he represents not only the people of Richmond, but also the progressive movement that is here and live in the Bay Area. And Eduardo represents these values as a staunch anti-war advocate, a pivotal leader for environmental justice, and a representative who stands with the undocumented community, which is direly, direly needed right now in this moment. And if we let such a small group of residents speak louder over the majority of the residents, it's very clear that these attacks are rooted in their political agenda and not for the betterment of Richmond and the Richmond residents that so direly need his support and his advocacy in the city of Richmond. And they are not in the interest or the best interest of these people.
Time has expired. Julie Sachs Taylor. Julie Sachs Taylor, followed by Joan Peters.
Thank you. I'm pleased to be here. I'm not pleased with the lack of listening, but I'm pleased to be here and to be facing the council. I'm Julie Sachs Taller. I'm the rabbi of Temple Beth Hillel, the primary organized Jewish community of Richmond. After the numerous posts which many council members, as well as the mayor, have acknowledged spread anti-Semitism, Mayor, you've reached out to me to meet, and I will meet with you. In Judaism, repair is called teshuvah. It means return, and it means also answer. And it starts with acknowledgement and apology, and it completes with a full building of relationship and a repair of harm done. So I hope that our meeting will begin a real process, and our country is in crisis, our world is in crisis, our neighbors are afraid to go out for fear of ICE. Our country has just invaded Venezuela, and other countries are next. We are in desperate need not to
Your
be
time's expired. Joan
not
Peters.
to be divided by anti-Semitism.
Joan Peters. Okay, Joan Peters, going once. Elaine S.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Let's remain civil.
Joan, press the red button. Press the red button. Right here. There you go.
My name is Joan Peters. I voted for Mayor Martinez, and I think he should not resign. The news about mayors resigning were intended to stop criminal activity. He's not a criminal. He's not committed any crime of any kind. What's going on right now is bullying. It's not about Jewish people nor Palestine. A hot button issue has been chosen to stop Mayor Martinez from being mayor. This kind of bullying was used against President Clinton to hamper his ability to function as our president. The hot button issue used against Clinton was phone sex. The hot button issue being used against Mayor Martinez is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It's simply a power grab masquerading as concern for the Jewish people. The bullying needs to stop.
Your time has expired.
The bullying needs to stop.
Our next speaker is Elaine S. She'll be followed by Lorraine Riza.
Can I press this button? No, you're fine. Okay. Dear Honorable Council and Mayor Martinez, I'm a teacher, and I come to you hoping for a teaching moment. When I teach my children about lies that are spread throughout the classroom, things like lies and gossip, which are very hurtful, I take them out to the playground and I give them a pillow, a feather pillow, and we shake it and we spread the feathers everywhere. And I tell them those lies, those gossip that you spread, those are not retractable. I urge the kids to go out and try and collect all the feathers, and they can't. And social media has made the situation so much worse. So, Mayor, you have caused great harm. It's gone far beyond the perimeters of Richmond. It has spread throughout the entire world, and you need to resign. And I implore the adults.
Your time is expired.
Hold it.
Your time is expired, ma'am.
You are the adults in the room. Unfortunately, we have.
Your time is up, and excuse me, audience, everyone, we need to allow. We need decorum, and decorum means stopping when it's time to stop. So if you are at the podium and the clerk says time expired, you need to stop speaking. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lorraine Riza. And will the following individuals please line up behind the speaker's podium? Francisco Ortiz, Harry Weiner, Oleg Lindstrom, David Cooper, Stephen London, Mark Wasberg, Robert Lipton, Vanessa Thiel, Kate Laster, and George Marks. Lorraine, press the red button. There you go.
I'm a proud Richmond resident of 9 years, so I have been witness to how our city has improved since Mayor Martinez has taken office. I 100% support him and urge you to throw out the censure resolution. Groups and organizations that are not locally based in Richmond are jumping at any chance to weaponize anti-Semitism against a progressive, Latino, brown mayor who's doing so much to help me and fellow residents, especially our immigrant communities. Because of the community work I do, I've personally witnessed him and his office support free legal clinics and host a community preparedness event to educate residents about their constitutional rights. He helped structure our strong city ordinance and carries it out by helping to confirm if ICE is active in our community. He supports our own Richmond Rapid Response Team, and he voted for a $1 million grant that's made all this possible, which also funds 3 local orgs to support these communities at risk. He shows he actually cares. It goes without saying that restorative justice is required, but please allow Mayor Martinez to continue doing his work and throw out the resolution.
Francisco Ortiz. Francisco Ortiz.
Good evening, Council. My name is Francisco Ortiz, and I'm president of the United Teachers of Richmond. I want to begin by expressing our union's sincere appreciation for this council. During the recent educator strike, this council and mayor showed up for Richmond students and families in real and tangible ways. You joined educators on the picket line, spoke at rallies, and helped ensure that families had access to resources and safe spaces during a difficult moment. That leadership mattered to our students, our members, and our community. We are especially grateful for the mayor's efforts that helped move the strike towards a prompt resolution so students could return to the classrooms and be reunited with their teachers. That work made a real difference. Speaking now in my personal professional capacity, I want to acknowledge my experience working with Eduardo Martinez. As a former Richmond educator and now as mayor, he has consistently centered student success and community empowerment. I've seen firsthand this commitment to strengthening public education, including his support for the community schools movement alongside community partners. Our students learn not from perfection, but from accountability, repair, and courage to do better, and that is a standard I hope we continue to model as a city. Thank you, Council.
Harry Weiner.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and fellow citizens.
Please.
My name is Harry Weiner. I live in Far East Richmond. Yeah. I'm Jewish. I was born in 1948. In that year, the United Nations was established, and the document entitled The Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide was ratified by the UN. a document I have personally read. Recently, the UN has declared the State of Israel guilty of genocide, a grave crime against humanity. Israel has declared that the judgment is anti-Semitic and the result of worldwide hatred for the Jewish people. Israel does not speak for me. Today, American pro-Israel genocide thugs are here participating in a nationwide public relations campaign to silence supporters of Palestinians' rights to exist as a people or a place. Remember, Richmond has eloquently written in support of the dignity of Palestinians, and these people are gathered here to punish us for it.
Allega Lindstrom. Allega Lindstrom.
Oh, sorry. Hello, my name is Aaliyah. Sorry. My name is Aaliyah, and I'm a teacher, and I live in Richmond. I'm here today because, well, we all know what was said, and in times of uncertainty and anger, people's safety cannot be written off or handled lightly. But the question we are considering is, what does accountability look like? I don't believe removal is the answer when someone has acknowledged harm and remains open to meeting directly with those who were hurt. Real accountability is about repair, not simply punishment. Mayor Martinez cares about people in Richmond, and it's reflected in how he's improved our city, reducing crime, improving infrastructure, and increasing sustainability efforts. Richmond will be best served by holding leaders accountable while giving space for repair to happen through continued dialogue. We can and should demand both justice for Palestinians and safety for our Jewish neighbors. I urge the council to choose a path forward that keeps healing centered. Thank you.
David Cooper. David Cooper, followed by Stephen London.
I'm Rabbi David Cooper. I've been a longtime supporter and activist for Palestinian freedom, including doing protective presence work for West Bank villagers facing violence from Jewish Israeli settlers. I do support your continued work as Richmond's mayor. Over the decades I've done this work, I know how anti-Semitism can affect the work we do. Anti-Semitism is the water we swim in, just like racism is. We cannot reduce racism or anti-Semitism to an individual characteristic. These are systemic ideological frameworks, and we absorb them and live within them. In different ways, racism and anti-Semitism serve the purpose of dividing us and setting us against each other. If we are to support and defend the Palestinian people, we must constantly examine how we've absorbed anti-Semitic biases, because if we don't, we will make serious errors that can only help AIPAC and those who support the oppression of Palestinians. Mr. Mayor, with all respect, I feel you've made such errors.
Your time has expired.
And that you've...
Stephen London is the next speaker. Stephen London. Okay.
Hello, my name is Stephen London. I've been a resident in the Marina Bay neighborhood of Richmond for 7 years. Last summer, I learned that in a speech, Mayor Martinez not only offered up a justification for Hamas's atrocities on October 7th, but he also wore a hat that bore a slogan calling for the death of the Israeli Defense Forces. In a next-door thread, I told the mayor how appalled I was that he had called for the death of my Israeli family members. Let me tell you about them. Like the mayor, they're socialists, they're kibbutzniks, who demonstrate against Bibi Netanyahu's right-wing government. But when called upon to do their mandatory military service to defend their country, they serve. I am curious, of the over 70 other armed conflicts taking place in the world, does our mayor call for the deaths of any other soldiers? Or is there something uniquely evil about the Jewish soldiers? And is the mayor even remotely aware of the historical context of calling for their deaths? Has he ever heard of the medieval chants of Hep Hep, death to the Jews?
Time has expired. Mark Wassberg.
Aguado did preach hate and murder and violence. He even bragged about he wanted to be with Hamas. And this is what he did. See that, people? He was laughing when he was praising killing people in Israel. And this is your mayor that took an oath to the Constitution? Right? Is that what you are? You take an oath to the Constitution, you preach hate and violence against the world? And you people in Richmond are stupid enough to put him back into office? This is the most stupidest thing. Hey, take a look at it, people. He's smiling to kill the people of Israel. The people in Richmond is going to make sure that he's not going to be mayor. That's not a threat. It's going to be a promise because people's going to remember what he have done because the election's only 2 months away. So you better start gearing up to get this terrorist, this son of a bitch, out of office. Take a good look at it, people. Take a good look at it. Take a good look at it.
Robert Lipton. Robert.
Police, can you?
I'd like to be able to.
Thank you. If Mr. Walsberg continues to incite the crowd, can you please eject him?
My name is George Marks. I live at 518 36th Street in Richmond. I'm Jewish. Israel's first Nobel laureate, Shai, or S.Y. Agnon, was my great uncle. I care about Jewish people. I care about Palestinian people. I don't like hearing all this hatred. And I want to say, I've experienced Mayor Martinez as a loving, supporting, caring person. He may have made a mistake. He may have done things, but he's not a hateful person. I hear a lot of hate here. We need to talk with each other and listen to each other. And I'm open to listening to any of you. I wrote a letter to the entire city council and the mayor. I don't think I expressed the hatred of anyone here. And I'm happy to talk forward. I think censorship is ridiculous. Caring about the genocide, and it is genocide, is ultimately important. And we need to talk and listen to each other and care. And I ad-libbed this entire speech. Thank you.
Robert Lipton. Robert Lipton. Vanessa Thiel.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Till. I am a Jewish resident of Richmond. I have a friend in Gaza I talk to every single day. He's very sick right now, and he can't access basic medicine, warmth, or food. People are still dying every day in Gaza and in the West Bank. The Israeli government has renamed our sister city Samaria and plans to destroy a major historical site in Sebastia to build an amusement park there. I'm here to remind you that Zionist grievances are hurt feelings about language. Palestinian grievances are about living through war crimes, torture, deprivation, land seizure, and genocide. It is absurd to take direction on confronting real anti-Semitism and racism from people who only consider anti-Jewish racism as worthy of concern. JCRC does not speak for me. I am a Richmond Jew. Yeah, those are my remarks. Thank you for listening.
Kate Laster. Kate
Hello.
Laster.
Hi, my name is Kate Laster. I walked here from work. I work at Naiad Art Center in Richmond. I am so happy to speak to Mayor Martinez in gratitude, not only for what you stand up for in Palestine, but what you stand up for in Richmond. There's a lot of talk about harm here, but there's not a lot of talk about material solidarity, which you have given consistently to the people of Richmond, to the people of Palestine. It's really important to think about the power of standing up to Chevron, which is a material form of not only to the people of Richmond, but to the people of Palestine. I speak to you as a Jewish person, as a public service provider in Richmond, as someone who deeply cares about the moment we're in and not the farce of conflating harm as reality. Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker is Zoe Panagalas. And will the following individuals please line up behind the speaker's podium? Tarno Abbott, Melvin Willis, Mary R., Teresa A., Asha Windsor or Nizar, Judy Greenspan, and Ryan Kazim, Diana Ware, and Matt Reiner. Zoe?
Hi, my name is Zoe Rivka Panagopoulos. I'm a Jewish resident of the Hilltop neighborhood here in Richmond. And I'm here because my grandparents both survived the Holocaust. And what that taught me is that when someone comes and takes your property, tries to establish residence in your home and your community, and kills your family, that is wrong, and that people should stand up for you as their neighbors. I am here to stand up for the Palestinian members of my community here, Arab members and Muslim members, and to let them know that they are welcome. And Mayor Martinez, I applaud you for your efforts to do this as well. And I fear that your resignation would lead to a stop to that progress and could lead to some residents no longer feeling welcome in our neighborhood, which I do not wish to happen. So thank you for your work for Palestine and for the members of our community impacted by genocide there.
Tarno Abbott?
Tarnal Abbott. I'm a longtime resident of Richmond. Mayor Martinez is a courageous person with a big heart. Richmond residents know that he leads with compassion and empathy this diverse community. For those in need with no power, no voice, he has tried to rectify inequalities and injustices. That is what unites this community. For those of you who have been hurt and are upset at his words, I urge you to remember that there is still a genocide going on in Gaza. 20,000 children are dead, probably many more that will never be counted because they're buried under the rubble. Even the Israelis admit 80% at least are civilians. Being anti-genocide is not the same as being anti-Jewish.
Melvin Willis. Melvin Willis.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Melvin Willis here in my capacity with Richmond Progressive Alliance. Acknowledging one's mistakes and taking ownership for it takes a lot of courage. I've been in these city council chambers as a serving council member and as a constituent, and there's been many offensive things that have been said in this chamber that have never resulted in leading to somebody being censured, even as much as public information being shared. We need more leadership that's willing to step up and admit when they're wrong and try to remedy those mistakes. And I feel the same frustration a mayor does every time I turn on the news and hear about 72,000 people killed and over 170,000 injured. Same way I'm frustrated when I hear that our own government sees fit to kidnap somebody else's president and run their government for their oil. We should never be scared of speaking out against injustice. So thank you for always speaking out against injustice and taking responsibility, Mayor.
Mary R. Mary R., followed by Teresa A.
I'm a District 6 Richmond resident, and I support you, Mayor. We will not be forced into a manufactured debate over a meme. This is a transparent tactic. It's a chance for the JCRC, a racist Zionist organization, to get involved and censor a pro-Palestinian mayor. What this shameful organization or any Zionist at all has to say is meaningless. This is distracting us from the real issue. The U.S. and Israel are committing a genocide in Palestine. Right here in Richmond, residents paid over $6 million last year in federal taxes that went to weapons for Israel. Imagine what we could do for housing, schools, community services with that money. Meanwhile, the U.S. just approved another $8.6 billion in weapons. Thank you for your continued work for justice justice in Palestine and Richmond. You understand what it means to think globally and act locally. The same ICE that terrorizes our people here trains alongside the IDF. The same Chevron that pollutes
Time
our
has expired.
air fuels Israel's genocide. I see your courage.
Teresa A. Press the button, Teresa.
I'm Teresa A. I have lived on the border of El Cerrito and Richmond for the past 10 years. And I just want to say thank you, Mayor Martinez, for all of the work that you've done for Richmond. I think I just knew a little bit of it. And the more that I hear about everything that you've done, that you really care about the people here, really, and that's crazy. You really care about people. And I know that there are others maybe in this room who don't, but I do want to just say that the water that we swim in is white supremacy. It is imperialism. Like one of you did mention that before. And we do have to address that. Like complaining about feelings over a repost is white supremacy. That's white supremacy. Because these people in this room have the safety to be able to randomly make comments like that. They are okay. They are well fed. They are safe. Their children can go to school. People in Gaza cannot. They are the people who are harmed here. What happened in 1948? Remember the Nakba.
Time has expired.
All right. We need to maintain decorum. That means people in the audience should not be interrupting people on the dais. So please remain silent. Otherwise, you will have to be ejected. I don't want to do that.
Next speaker is Asha Nazar.
Button. Hello, my name is Aisha Nazar. I'm a resident of Alameda County, a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement, and I'm here to stand with Mayor Martinez. As a Palestinian resident whose family was killed during this genocide, I have rarely seen leadership that reflects the values that I share with my community. Let's be clear, this censorship resolution is not about good governance. It's not about Richmond. It's a blatant act of political retaliation. It is an attempt to punish Mayor Martinez and this city for having the consciousness to say that genocide is wrong. And let me say one more thing, and I want to say it very clearly. To conflate the Jewish people with the IDF, a military that has enacted a genocide of my people over the last 78 years, like the JCRC has done, that is anti-Semitism. The JCRC and its conservative allies have targeted Mayor Martinez since Richmond became the first city in the country to pass a ceasefire resolution. Their goal is not to correct him, it is to make an example out of him. They seek to turn Richmond...
Thank you. Judy Greenspan, followed by Ryan Kazim. Is this Judy Greenspan?
I understand. I think some of these people have to be, they're so
Yes,
disrespectful to all the speakers, they should
Yes,
be ejected.
and Mark Walsberg, Mr. Walsberg needs to be out of here.
God.
That's behaving.
There's a few of those.
Remember, you're not going to be there because we don't vote for fucking ass out. You remember that. We're going to make sure that you ain't going to win the primary. That's for fucking sure, boy. Because they're going to remember what you said. What you
Get out of here so we can finish. Take him out. Somebody. Hey, Judy. I gotta wait till they're done yelling. I have a loud voice, but I want to wait till they're done yelling. There's a few more that need to go. Okay, our next speaker is Judy Greenspan.
Hi, everyone. My name is Judy Greenspan. I am a former Richmond teacher, and that's when I met Eduardo Martinez. He came to my class, spoke to the students. He helped me sponsor field trips at a school where we had absolutely no money for field trips, and really represented civic government for my students and was very, very popular. It was before he was mayor, when he was a city council person, and Gail McLaughlin was the mayor at the time. And they all came to my class, and it was a wonderful event. Since then, I've moved on to Oakland, and I just want to say the Oakland Education Association, I'm on the executive board, and we are in full support of Mayor Martinez. And we say, we are so impressed with everything that he has done over the years to support teachers and to support the community. And I just want to say one thing. Right now, teachers are being punished for talking about Palestine in their classroom. The JCRC is one of the groups that is doing that persecution of teachers. There is a First Amendment problem, and JCRC is part of the problem.
Ryan Kazim.
Hi there, everybody. I'm Ryan. I live and work here in Richmond as a public speaking coach. And I just want to speak really quickly and say that honestly, I'm really heartbroken by the way people have been behaving in this room on all sides of this issue. I stand with a free Palestine. I believe in that with all my heart. I'm Lebanese, you know? But we cannot rise to the level of hatred that we're seeing in this room. And the way that I've seen some of my siblings engage with people across the aisle is not the way that I think things should be done. I believe in restorative justice. I believe that we have to try to attempt to understand each other. People are here because they genuinely believe and they know that, what happened in Sydney was an atrocity, but also what is happening in Gaza is an atrocity as well. And we can acknowledge and hold both those things to be true. Thank you.
Diana Ware.
Mayor and City Council, I speak tonight in support of Mayor Eduardo Martinez. My name is Diana Ware, and I'm a Richmond resident, and I've known the mayor for over a decade. For years, the mayor has opposed war, valiantly supported protection for refugees and immigrants, and championed the cause for the Palestinian people. This last issue has sparked the current kerfuffle. But this opposition against Mayor Martinez is both misguided and misdirected. He is not, nor has he been, anti-Semitic. His recent social media posts were indeed harmful and wrong. He apologized, offered to listen, learn, and forge lines of peace in our community. We would be well to emulate the mayor and become sources of solidarity for those who want a lasting ceasefire, justice, and freedom for the Palestinian people. That's who Mayor Martinez is, a stalwart and courageous warrior for peace.
Our next speaker is Matt Reiner. Will the following individuals please come forward, line up behind the speaker's podium? Susan, Beatrice, Ruth K., Emino M., Dan Machanik, Michael Hahn, Julie Solomon, Lynn Horshire, Sarah Hirschner, Rocky Chow. Matt.
Council, Mayor, thank you. I want to start by appreciating you all and recognizing the humanity and the effort that goes into dealing with these hard issues. You all have done an amazing job grappling with this, and I trust the mayor to continue to do so. As a Jewish parent and resident of Richmond, I want to just make it really clear that I don't appreciate people coming from outside the city to tell us what to do. And I want to thank the staff of the City of Richmond and the public servants who are here tonight keeping us safe. It is a luxury and an honor and a pleasure to be able to be safe in this world. And I appreciate it deeply when my heart is so open, feeling for people on all sides of these issues who are suffering, but especially those who are currently experiencing a genocide. Thank you, Mayor Martinez, for your continued leadership on this and for how you handled it. And to the City Council, let's keep the eyes on the prize and get that money that from Chevron allocated correctly. Thank you.
Susan? Susan? Susan.
Hi, my name is Susan, and I live in the Bay Area. I believe that Mayor Martinez must resign from his anti-Semitic rhetoric, and the Richmond City Council must take action to assure the safety and well-being of all of Richmond's Jewish community. In December of 2024, a major Jewish organization made a report called From Fear to Resilience, Women Facing Anti-Semitism. The key findings that the survey respondents felt because of anti-Semitism's rise were isolated, afraid, threatened, and concealed. I can't go into the details because time is limited, but here's my point. We shouldn't have to feel this way. Words can make it worse, or words can make it better. We believe that community matters, and kindness and non-biased speech matters, especially from elected officials. Sadly, the mayor has not exhibited this. Let's hear a true, sincere recognition by the mayor of what his words have done. Mayors are supposed to be trusted sources of information for their communities. Thank you very much.
Beatrice?
Eduardo, you and I were once friends many years ago as fellow rebels and members of the Progressive Teachers of Richmond trying to improve our union. I worked hard for years trying to improve the lives of our students. You know this, but you didn't know me well. I lived in Jerusalem for many years and together with my partner had a little school for young children, both Jewish and Arab together. I'm a proud Jew and a proud Israeli. I long for peace and have worked many years for peace. I'm also an infidel, as are you. You have been parroting racist ideology far more dangerous than that of the grand wizards of the Ku Klux Klan and of all the abhorrent supremacist groups put together. Do you even have a clue about this, and why not? And you supposedly taught children to be curious, to seek knowledge, to think critically. If the people whose jihadist ideology you have parroted had their way, you and I, as infidels, would be taken out into the courtyard to be shot. Start reading real books.
Time is expired. I have asked for decorum. I have asked for decorum, and decorum begins at the podium. When your time is expired, you need to stop, so that others don't react. Because your time is expired. This is an organism. We have responsibilities. Your responsibility is to stop when your time expires, because if you don't, you create a reaction from the audience. So if you don't want that reaction, stop when it's time to stop. Your time is up. Your time is up.
Mayor?
All right, please, I'm asking all of us to be respectful. I'm sorry?
I said you asked that several times, and the same folks are still interrupting.
Next time, for decorum, don't just speak out. Ask for.
You asked me a question.
Yeah, but I asked you.
Okay, so if you didn't ask me a question, I wouldn't have responded.
Yeah, but I responded to something that you said before I asked the question. So
and you said excuse.
So go ahead. Next speaker, please.
Ruth K. Ruth K.
We heard you. Your time is up. Next speaker. Next speaker.
Ruth? God.
You need to press the red button. Thank
Okay.
you.
Better? Good evening, Mayor and council members. And a special thank you to Cesar Zepeda and Jamelia Brown for bringing the censure forward. I'm here, Eduardo, to ask for your resignation. It's not easy to do that. I would love to be supporting you. When friends and colleagues began reaching out to me with stories of being bullied and harassed in our community, in schools, and in the general community, I began reaching out to public officials, leaders in the school district as well. Every leader I spoke with, from the California State Department of Education to elected officials to the school district office administration, spoke to me, and there was one exception to this group. I sent you a message and asked to speak to you about the adoption, potential adoption of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, because I felt that was a good way
Time has expired.
to start. You
Time has expired.
You told me you would talk to me about a part.
Your time is up.
Hold on.
My name is Lenny Hawkschild. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Councilman. Good evening, residents. I'm a Jewish resident. I'm from Marin, and I'm a small business owner focusing on clean energy. Until recently, I spent time here frequenting restaurants and bars with my family and my friends. I'm here to ask that you resign, because I believe that the role of an elected leader is to bring people together, to make all of our lives better. This man is clearly doing the opposite. Look at the last few hours. Is that bringing us together? Obviously not. He spends his time spreading misinformation, and whether he realizes it or not, as an elected official, he meaningfully contributes to the permission structure that has led to anti-Semitic acts of violence. His actions, whether intentional or not, contributes to the likely endgame of getting innocent Bay Area Jews hurt or killed. Please resign, and shame on you.
Imana, last name is M. What's your name?
Mayor Martinez, by using your social media platform to spread baseless conspiracy theories regarding the horrific Bondi massacre, you have failed your constituency. While the Jewish community was mourning innocent lives lost to senseless violence, you chose to amplify narratives that dehumanize victims and fuel the fires of anti-Semitism. Words are not harmless. For a community already facing a historic rise in hate crime, your rhetoric acts as a dog whistle that puts real lives at risk here in Richmond. You have shattered the bond of trust necessary to lead this diverse city. We can no longer look to you for moral clarity. The only honorable path forward is for you to step down. For our community's sake and for the dignity of your office, we ask for your immediate resignation.
Julie Solomon. She left? Dan Machinik.
My name is Dan. I am a homeowner in Marina Bay for 15 years, a taxpayer and a voter. I'm sure you guys remember me from October 23rd. You guys know me also as a comedian. I work all over the world. I'll tell you that when I travel around America, Richmond is known for two things: a movie called Coach Carter, which I think we all love, and it's known as a hotbed of anti-Semitism and Jew hatred. It's known around, listen, I'm the one going around the country doing podcasts, talking on TV, going on the radio, meeting with people, and they go, where are you from? You go, Richmond. Oh, that's where you have the mayor that hates the Jews. So that's your legacy, whether you want it or not. And Sue, you're with them too. I'm from Marina Bay. Sue, look at me. I'm from Marina Bay. You don't represent me, okay? You make my skin crawl. I'm so embarrassed to have you as my rep. But all I'm asking is, please please resign. You've divided the community. Take a look. This is your legacy. Look at this divided room. This is what you have accomplished with your Jew hatred. I'm not trying to be funny.
Michael Hahn. Michael Hahn. Michael, are you Michael Hahn? Michael Hahn.
Is it Sarah Kirshner? No? Yes,
go
or
ahead.
should, okay. I'm a mother of a 5th grader, and I'm part of the team that built Rise Youth Center in Richmond. I'm a Jewish community organizer, and I'm a service provider. Thank you, Mayor, for your unwavering condemnation of Israel's genocide against Palestinians. Now more than ever, we want public servants who are not complicit with genocide. JCRC's entire job is to deflect the genocide and Israel's deadly racism through false claims of anti-Semitism and retaliate against those who speak against it. Their attacks on political speech erode protections for those that protected speech were intended to protect, such as Palestinian communities here and all over the Bay Area facing the loss of hundreds of family members over the past 27 months. Being uncomfortable with the truth is not the same thing as being unsafe. You should feel uncomfortable when you celebrate genocide. The resolution being proposed is an outrageous weaponization of anti-Semitism,
Time has
and it
expired.
betrays my own family's history of genocide. Thank you.
Michael Hahn. Michael Hahn. Rocky Chow.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rocky Chow, and I am a Richmond resident living in District 2 of Richmond. I'm giving public comment to show my support for Mayor Eduardo. The times I've interacted with Mayor Eduardo, he's shown that he's nothing but a principled, kind, and humble individual who cares about his fellow humans in and outside of Richmond. It's unfortunate to expect that a good number of politicians to take big money at their behest from god-awful entities that destroy lives, whether it is the Military Industrial Corporation or Fossil Fuel Industries or APAC, but not Mayor Eduardo. Mayor Eduardo ran his campaign, now serving as a progressive, working-class elected official, and now he's leading the city to moving away from fossil fuels and into a greener city, creating good local jobs here in Richmond. This is a mayor that leads and delivers for his constituents locally and speaking up, all the while speaking up against the genocide of Palestinian people funded by the US tax dollars abroad, and even taking accountability when he makes a mistake. This is the humble leadership that's something to be admired and quite frankly be modeled by elected officials, especially at the highest
Time has
office.
expired. Our next speaker is Jake Garmo. And will the following individuals please line up behind the speaker's podium? Yossi Findale, Stephanie Gwynn, Ken Yale, Marisa Segura, Paul Lurdy, Samuel Sarah Teller, Marisol Cantu, Zineb Inter, Connor Swingo. Please come forward. Jake? Okay, is Jake Garmo in the chambers? Next speaker is Yossi Findale.
Hello, my name is Yossi Fendel, and I am a Jewish Israeli-American living in Berkeley. President George Washington famously made a promise to America's Jews that the United States would give to bigotry no sanction and to persecution no assistance. Well, Mayor Martinez has broken that promise. And for years now, his unrelenting anti-Zionist bigotry and anti-Semitic prejudice have stained his office and the city he serves. His animus toward Jews and his hatred towards Israelis and support for Hamas have become so infamous that there are viral social media posts denouncing him even from Palestinians in Gaza. Richmond, your mayor is known worldwide as a Jew hater. And Jews have learned over the centuries that when bigotry becomes normalized, persecution follows. With Eduardo Martinez as mayor, Richmond is not safe for Jews. It has been demonstrated that if the Jews of Richmond are attacked, the mayor can be relied on to excuse the attackers and blame the Jews instead for the attacks against them. Mayor Martinez is an unrepentant bigot, and he must leave office immediately.
Stephanie Gwynn. Stephanie Gwynn. Nope. Okay. Ken Yale. What's her name?
Excuse me? You need to turn the mic on? That's all right. There's a red button. Yeah. Your time will start when you're, yes.
I'm a retired manager of Contra Costa County Social Services. I've lived and been based in Richmond, and I'm Jewish. And I'm calling for council action against you, Mayor Martinez, for your documented history, and these are not lies, as people say, it's all documented, of anti-Semitic statements on social media all over the world, including the blaming the victims of the recent mass murder on Bodie Beach of Jews on the victims. The safety of the Jewish community is at stake. We cannot continue to tolerate public officials who engage in anti-Semitic rhetoric. Lots of people say you're a nice man, and you may be nice for lots of people, but you're not nice for Jews. You must resign. It's the only alternative. And I will add that people throwing around words like genocide and imperialism who do not know the definitions of them.
Time has expired.
And that should be discussed.
Ken Yale.
Let's be civil.
My name is Ken Yale. I'm a 20-year resident of Richmond. I'm Jewish and I support the mayor. You've heard some people today asserting that opposition to Israel or to Zionism is anti-Jewish or anti-Semitic. Please do not be fooled or intimidated by the conflation of these terms. Judaism is a religion, Israel is a state, and Zionism is a political ideology. And criticizing the apartheid state of Israel or the Jewish supremacist ideology of Zionism is in no way a slur against Judaism as a religion or the people who practice it. And any Jewish person or organization who tries to conflate these terms as a weapon to silence the mayor or to silence you on the council, or who justifies Israel's barbaric genocide, or who falsely claims to represent all Jewish people, does not represent me, does not represent thousands of Richmond and Bay Area Jews, and does not represent the millions of Jewish people around the world who proudly support Palestinian human rights and a free Palestine. Please continue supporting Mayor Martinez and Palestinian human rights so that Richmond is not complicit in this horrific Israeli genocide.
Maritza Segura. Turn the mic on, please.
Do I start?
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maritza. I live in Marina Bay, Richmond. Sue Wilson is my council member, and I'm definitely not used to standing in front of a microphone. I'm just someone who has lived here for years and cares about where we're headed. I wanted to come up here tonight to say that I support our mayor. Lately, it feels like all we hear is this small, very loud group of people trying to push our mayor out, but they don't represent the residents of Richmond. Most of us are actually happy with the work being done in our neighborhoods and the direction the city is headed. In a city like ours, we aren't always going to agree on everything. That's just life, but a handful of people shouldn't get to decide for the rest of us. We elected the mayor to do a job, and he's doing it. And I just wanted to add one last thing, Jamelia Brown, you are an opportunist.
Paul Lordy. Paul Lordy. He'll be followed by Samuel Sachs Taylor. Ready? It's on already.
My name is Paul LaRudy, and I've been a proud resident of Richmond since 1980. And I'm especially proud to have the kindest, gentlest, and most compassionate mayor in America. Eduardo Martinez cares about the well-being of all who live in Richmond, but especially our poor and destitute. He defends them against homelessness and exploitation and against big corporations and developers who see the needy as obstacles to their greed and ambition. And yes, Eduardo's compassion knows no bounds. It extends to the suffering of victims in the U.S., Venezuela, Syria, Lebanon, Iran, Israel, Gaza, and all of Palestine. We must therefore defend our city and our mayor from attacks by outside agitators like the JCRC, who only want to destroy and intimidate Mayor Eduardo Martinez and the honorable people of Richmond.
Samuel Sachs-Tyler.
Hi, I'm Sam, a longtime climate justice activist and a member of Temple Beth Hillel in Richmond. I have admired the work this council has done on many fronts, including standing up to Chevron for the health of all of our communities. And Mayor Martinez, I would like to see you live up to your promise of good governance by repairing a relationship with the Richmond Jewish community. Thank you very much.
Marisol Cantu.
Hi. Thank you. My name is Marisol Cantu. I'm a third-generation Richmond resident. I'm also the co-chair of the Richmond Progressive Alliance. And I'm here tonight to voice the RPA's support for Mayor Martinez and to thank him for his leadership in the moments of crisis, in the moments of war, and for our entire community. From shepherding the Chevron settlement of 550 million, to championing the first ceasefire resolution, to standing for human rights from Richmond all the way to Palestine. You are our mayor. Your leadership is never perfect, as we are never perfect. But it's progress, and it's progress that we need. And as a third-generation Richmond resident, I speak, and I am never more proud to be here to support you, to be a D6 resident, and to continue the progress for Richmond for all.
Our next speaker is Zanaya Intar. Zanaya.
Hello, my name is Zainab. I'm from Alameda County. I want to support everything. I'm here to defend the mayor and stand with him in every capacity as mayor of Richmond. 1 in 5 Palestinians have been killed, and 1 in 5 of Palestinians have been children that have been killed. People are in Gaza right now with flooded tents, starving and freezing. This is what we should be worried about. There's people who voted to agendize this item and give it legitimacy are going to be the first and are going to be ready to concede to AIPAC and Trump when the time comes. Shame on you for siding with baby killers. Zionism will fall. Free Palestine. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Connor Swingo, and will the following individuals please come forward? Line up behind the speaker's podium. Zeth Morrison, Cordell Hindler, Kathleen Weimer, Ziva Trey, David Schoenholtz, Daniel Nathan Hess, Aaron Middlestone, Yolanda Walker, Cassandra Savoy. Connor?
Hello, my name is Connor Swingle. I'm a member of the Alameda County Peace and Freedom Party. I'm here today to speak in support of Mayor Martinez. Richmond becoming the first city to pass a ceasefire resolution was vital in paving the way for more cities to pass ceasefire resolutions. The genocide in Palestine is only possible with the support of the United States. So when Richmond was the first city to take a stand, it mattered. So let's be clear. The attacks on Mayor Martinez are about attacking the progressive anti-war values that make Richmond and Mayor Martinez leaders. It's about attacking the very idea that a city like Richmond should condemn the genocide in Gaza. It's about attacking the movement for a free Palestine. Public opinion is not going back to support Israel. But desperate acts like this will be tried and attempted to turn back the clock. But I implore the City Council to stand behind the anti-war and anti-genocide positions that this city supports and this world needs. Thank you.
Seth Morrison. Seth Morrison.
I heard you call Jake Garmo.
I called Seth Morrison next.
But in the list,
in the list.
Okay.
Seth.
I'm representing Jewish Voice for Peace, Bay Area. We work for a free Palestine and oppose anti-Semitism. Jewish safety lies in solidarity with all at-risk communities. Mayor Martinez and Richmond have an impressive record of supporting Palestinians. The mayor's reports were hurtful and minimizing the loss of life and promoting tropes of an Israeli conspiracy. We appreciate the mayor's apology and openness to address these concerns. The attack by the JCRC is mainly due to his support for Palestine. We reject the call for him to resign or be censured. The antidote to anti-Semitism is education, not cancellation. The JCRC.
Time has expired. Cordell Hindler.
I usually have a 2-minute speech, but at this time, so I'll keep it short. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Henlon. I'm a Richmond resident. So I do have some items that I'm bringing forward. So women in the workplace, they are overworked because they are trying to put together an agenda report. So it's hard because they have 2 weeks, and that's not enough time to get their item heard. So they have to wait till the next available agenda for their item to be heard. So that's one. And then number two, I do appreciate Mayor Martinez for inviting Jesse Artegain to speak to us last month. I thought his presentation was very helpful because I really learned a lot about legislative bills and all that stuff. But as I said before, Mayor Martinez, you have done a wonderful job. And I don't know if people remember, there was a cartoon that said, "There's no need to fear." Instead of underdog is here, it's gonna be Mayor Martinez is here. Dun 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 dun. So he ain't going nowhere. That's that.
Kathleen Weimer. Kathleen Weimer.
Hello. Do I do something? Oh, okay. Happy New Year. Nice to see all of you. I have known Eduardo Martinez for 15 years, and I know that he is a person of character and that he holds values that most of us share, certainly most of us progressives. And I'm proud to have him as the mayor of Richmond. I think he made a mistake with the post that he put up and that he's acknowledged it was a mistake and will meet with the people who have been offended by that and do what he can to make reparation. And that's good enough for me. Thank you very much.
Ziva Trey. Okay. David Schoenholtz. Press the red button, please.
My name is David, and I am a Jewish resident of the East Bay. Most mayors are not bigots. Most mayors are not liars. Most mayors are not hypocrites. Mayor Martinez is all of these things. Can you imagine if after the Pulse nightclub shooting, a local elected official shared a post calling it a false flag perpetrated by the queer community? That person would be called out immediately, as they should be. It is such a no-brainer to not share hateful conspiracy theories, but when it comes to the Jewish community, the mayor just cannot help himself. Mayor Martinez is not sorry for what he did. He's sorry he got caught doing it. The insincere apology he offered showed no recognition of having caused any harm or hurt. When friends of mine, Jewish or otherwise, think about moving to the East Bay, I will continue to warn them to steer clear of Richmond until Mayor Martinez is out of office. Richmond calls itself the city of pride and purpose. Instead of pride, the mayor has brought shame on his city. I hope the council members have enough pride themselves to censure the mayor and join for the call for him to resign. Thank you.
Daniel Nathan Hess.
Hello, everyone.
a lot of people have stolen my lines tonight, so instead of reading something fiery and passionate that you all know me to be, I'll speak from the heart. My wife's the smartest person in the world, and she always says I speak better when I speak from the heart. So someone came up and spoke earlier and said that we shouldn't feel comfortable celebrating genocide, right? We shouldn't. But I also don't want to feel uncomfortable putting menorah in my window, because when the language that you use, Mayor Martinez, makes me feel uncomfortable to do that, I'm afraid that someone's going to drive by my house in Richmond on a major thoroughfare and throw a brick through my window. And I don't want that for my wife. I don't want that for my family. I'm coming here as a resident, not as any other person. I just don't like the way that you have conducted yourself on social media. I mean, LinkedIn, come on, dude. Like, at least use Twitter or X or whatever. Mayor Martinez, I'll just simply say this, and then I know my time is up.
Time has expired.
I'll just say one last thing. There are a lot of Jews who are doctors.
Time is up.
Aaron Nicholson.
My name is Aaron Mendelson. I'm a resident of Richmond and of District 5, and I'm here to speak about Mayor Martinez's social media posts. The mayor reposted to LinkedIn a post that seemed to offer a justification for the Bondi Beach shootings. It said that the public displays of the Jewish religion were, quote, performative assertions of dominance and, quote, spatial conquest through symbolism, which again, quoting, were deeply provocative. He found this insightful. This is an attack on the very idea of pluralism, tolerance, and the promise of America, that no matter where you come from, whatever your race or religion, you are a part of our great community, that we can not only tolerate one's differences, but learn from and celebrate them, and that we can be better for it, that in America, no person should have to hide their religion to remain safe. I don't believe someone who rejects these ideals is fit for public service, and I call on you to resign.
Yolanda Walker, followed by Cassandra Savoy.
And I just press the button here. Okay. My name is Yolanda Walker, and I stay in the city of Richmond with my mom. I would like to see more police presence in District 1. Mayor, you do not live in District 1, we do. Respectfully, are you helping District 1? Are you wanting to help District 1? My mother has been a victim of car vandalism. I have experienced neighborhood bullying, intimidation regarding public street parking, suspicious people in our neighborhoods, in our homes. The lack of police presence creates a community to live in constant fear of being a victim of a crime. I truly hope that we have not forgotten about the well-being of our communities. I don't like that my mother has to live in her home as a prisoner. I live in trauma with my mother. My mother's welfare is important to me. I beg you for extra police patrol for that area, please.
Cassandra Savoy.
That is my daughter. Good afternoon, City Council members and the Mayor of Richmond as well. That was my daughter. I think she said most of the concerns we were here to address. Yes, there has been some very suspicious activity in my district. I want to thank Councilmember Jamila Brown for responding to all of the emails my daughter and I sent to her. We got some of the trash removed from the public sidewalks and street. I mean, what is going on? I get tired of looking at all that nastiness around me. My house is very clean and my surrounding. The people that are living in that neighborhood are really just giving you guys disrespect in a way, you know, but I care for my neighborhood and I want to see it clean. Pick up this nastiness off our streets. When I come off the freeway, Barrett is really clean, but when you get to District 1,
Time has
it's a war
expired.
zone. Please help us. We need police patrol there.
Time has expired. Our next speaker is Jake Garmo. Will the following speakers please line up behind the speaker's podium? Joseph Pulio, Natalie Reyes, Max Flint, Barbara Schick, LPW, Suzanne DeWitt, Tail Garner, Candace Scott, or Schott, Karen Franklin, Annie Pennell, BK Williams, and our last in-person speaker will be Jamie Purcell. Jake.
Hi, my name is Jake Garmo. I am a resident of Albany, and I am coming in support of the mayor because an attack on you, Mr. Mayor, is an attack on working people across California. I had the privilege of seeing the working class power that has been built in Richmond when I participated in supporting the United Teachers of Richmond strike that went on last month. This city faces a lot of the same problems that cities across the state have been facing. We have seen a ramp up in attacks on our immigrant community from ICE. We are seeing an affordability crisis. And of course, we are seeing a lack of moral clarity on the issue of Palestine. And on all of these issues, the people of Richmond and your mayorship have stood in firm support of all of those issues. The working class in this country doesn't just need you, it needs the people of Richmond, the people that support you, and I urge everyone to continue supporting you.
Joseph Puglia.
Which button?
It's ready.
Any? Hi, I'm Joe Puglia, Richmond resident. Everyone in this room, everyone had said or done something in their past that they regret. Not everyone in this room has had the character to apologize, as Eduardo has. However, this controversy isn't really about Eduardo's unfortunate Facebook reposting. It's about the upcoming municipal election, where reactionaries hope to overturn the progress made in Richmond by any means, including defamation of the mayor. They would have you ignore the $550 million obtained from Chevron. They would have you ignore the $98 million saved by dumping the credit default swaps. They would like to end police reform, and they would like to get rid of rent control. Don't be an accessory to the reactionaries trying to defame the mayor.
Natalie Reyes. Natalie Reyes.
Hello, my name is Natalie Reyes. I grew up in Richmond. I am a Richmond resident, and I'm also a Richmond business owner. As a Richmond resident, which I'm sure some people attending this meeting are not, in which case, respectfully or disrespectfully, go home. Richmond needs progressive leaders like Mayor Eduardo, who know what it's like to live in Richmond, and in the mayor's case, teach. Someone who knows what the city and its constituents need. We need more people who care about Richmond the way that you do. Those calling for resignation, aside from not living in Richmond, have never done anything positive for our community. And those council members calling for said resignation or extreme punishment over reposts should focus on their districts from 23rd Street down. It's short of becoming a trash heap. And the needs of their constituents who are struggling to pay rent and pay groceries, that should be your focus.
Max Flint. Max Flint.
It's on? Okay. My name is Max. I would like to voice my support for the mayor. The JCRC is a Zionist organization that has used bigotry throughout the night, has called members of the community Islamist terrorists, jihadists, has used a multitude of offensive, racist, and bigoted terms. And it's a hypocrisy for them to claim that the mayor is somehow a bigoted person when he has stood up for so many people. And I would like to voice my support for the mayor. And I would also like to say that it's important that you listen to an entire community of Jewish residents, and not just the ones who support the genocide in Gaza and proudly wear dog tags and talk about the IDF and their families, the same people who are killing children in Gaza. Thank you.
Barbara Schick.
I am Dr. Barbara Schick, an East Bay resident who patronizes stores in Richmond. When untruths, especially those with negative agendas, are told enough times, people start to think they are true. For over 2,000 years, anti-Semitism, for different reasons, has been used to scapegoat and dehumanize Jews. In the past, this has resulted in discrimination, death, and genocide against Jews. In a democracy, anti-Semitism coming from public officials is unacceptable. There should be some mechanism to prevent and at least condemn unacceptable behavior by public officials. Thank you.
LPW.
I've heard many people say that the mayor has apologized. It's a completely inadequate apology when you blame being sick instead of taking real accountability, when you claim that you didn't read correctly what you reposted, but you've had years of similar posts, when you paint yourself as a victim without acknowledging harm, when you do not disavow the content or remove your posts. You don't distinguish anti-Zionism from anti-Semitism, but you're perfectly fine with trafficking in classic anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Finally, the next speaker went through the real Holocaust. There are people in this room who've been extremely disrespectful, maybe on both sides. I ask for genuine decency in this room while she says her piece.
Susan DeWitt.
Mayor Martinez and Richmond City Council. My name is Suzanne DeWitt. I was born in 1934 in Nazi Germany, in Munich. During my early years, we heard the same kind of remarks that the mayor made with respect to the Bondi massacre. These remarks are dangerous. They stimulate hatred. As you can see this evening, I've heard shocking, shocking statements. They are falsehoods, they are libels, they are smears, and I'm really, really upset and very angry that the mayor has made such statements. Thank you very much.
Tal Garner. Tal Garner, followed by Candace Schott.
Hello, my name is Tal, and I'm a proud American Israeli from the East Bay with family living in Richmond. I'm here because it is absolutely unbelievable that an elected official can be so blatantly anti-Semitic, such as Mayor Martinez right here. Let's not pretend that this is anything else other than straight up anti-Semitism. We know history repeats itself, and as the granddaughter of a Holocaust survivor, this feels all too familiar and really quite terrifying. It is 2026. These types of posts and this behavior would never be accepted if it were against any other minority. Let me ask you, because it's against Jewish people, it's somehow okay? Simply put, nobody should be allowed to represent or lead a city with such hatred running through their veins. Mayor Martinez, you have crossed the line one too many times. Please resign. Thank you.
Candace. Candace Schott.
I said I didn't want to speak.
Okay, Karen Franklin.
Hello, everyone. My name's, am I on? Yeah, Karen Franklin. I'm a longtime Richmond resident in the Panhandle Annex. My grandfather was a very prescient man. He was one of the few Jews holding local public office in Brooklyn way back in the day. And he was part of a mass movement of American Jews back then who were vocally opposed to Zionism because they recognized it as a supremacist ideology that would ultimately harm not just Palestinians but Jews as well, because and it would increase global anti-Semitism. And look, here we are. So he's prescient, right? The mayor's social media posts were insensitive and false. But I want to just be clear, the JCRC group, as others have said, that sent that letter, set off this whole hullabaloo, it's not a voice of local Jews here in Richmond. In fact, it's not even a membership organization at all. It's just a Zionist front group with a mission to silence all opposition to Israel's continuing genocide. And I'm appalled at the opportunism of you two over here. Be aware of who lives in Richmond.
Your time has expired.
Sorry.
Annie Pennell.
Hello, my name is Annie Pennell. I'm a proud resident of Richmond, and over the last 5 years, I've watched Mr. Martinez advance systems of care in our city through dedicated work on the City Council. When I look around and I see decisions being made by governments around the state and the country, it's hard not to feel scared and hopeless. But I am comforted in knowing that I'm a Richmond resident because of meetings that happen in this very room, because my representatives bravely make decisions and stand up for the most vulnerable residents of the city. Richmond had the lowest ever recorded homicide last year. That's the result of hard, intentional work from many civil servants and community members across the city to address root causes to prevent crime. And Mayor Martinez's stewardship of the community and public safety programs that will serve all Richmond residents was an integral part of pushing this work forward. I hope that he is given the opportunity to make amends and learn from this mistake because the city needs him, and it needs him to operate fully. I respectfully request that the council not invoke further harm on Richmond by restricting the functions of the mayor, because this censure amendment would harm the city. Again, thank
Time
you
has
for
expired.
your representation.
BK Williams. Press the button.
Thank you. This room is much more peaceful than the room I spent the last 2 hours in. My name is BK, and I am a member of the Richmond Progressive Alliance, the RPA. You will make mistakes, all of you. And I think the question is, what do you do to repair those mistakes once you've made them? And I hope that you all remember this when it's your time when you've made a mistake or done something that you need to apologize for. However, Mayor Eduardo, I want to say to you that, as you know, your actions have caused some harm. And I think that the ask here, well, I can't talk about that because it's not on the agenda, but I do want to say that I appreciate the fact that you have apologized. But the apology is not to me. The community that you've harmed is the one who needs to hear your apology and accept it. And I've heard from some folks that they do accept your apology. And so for that, I am grateful, and you should be also. It is the task of the harmed to accept your apology. And so I want to—
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Jamin Purcell.
Jamin Purcell, Richmond resident. I'm a progressive, and because of that, I believe in accountability and that it matters. To be clear this on the onset, this is not about Palestine. This is about leadership, responsibility, and the real harm that occurs under the title of the mayor. And if you choose to weigh in on complex issues, you come with care, but you come correct. The Post conflated Jewish people with the actions of the State of Israel. That's wrong. Jewish identity is not interchangeable with Israeli government actions, and the kind of conflation fuels anti-Semitism and undermines legitimate advocacy for Palestinian human rights. When residents raise issue with acknowledged anti-Semitism and are dismissed as Zionists by community activists, that's not accountability. It creates the imagined enemy to avoid responsibility and divides our own community by othering people. And when the rhetoric drifts towards conspiracy-adjacent tropes about shadow influence and AIPAC money, it's not radical, it's dangerous. Progressives should know this pattern. It's the same logic that conservatives have used to weaponize identity against LGBT people, minorities, and majority.
Time is expired. Time is expired.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the overflow. There are 30 speakers.
Okay, we We will be calling speakers in groups of 10. If you could directly line up behind the mic. As a reminder, you will have 1 minute to speak. Please keep your comments during your time, and please keep your comments respectful. There are children in the room. The first group of speakers are Michael Devine, Nagin Masaid, David Mandel, Faiza Ayad, Dana Rios, Carolina Avalar, Michael Leedy, Sarah Cohen, Ellen Brodsky, and Eve Hirschop. Michael Devine, you will have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, my name is Michael Devine. I'm Jewish. I'm actually a resident of Alameda. I am impacted by the hate, so I feel I have a right to be here and speak. Imagine waking up the morning after Richmond's Juneteenth celebration on June 21st in Richmond's Nickel Park to the news that 2 Ku Klux Klansmen shot and killed 15 African Americans celebrating Juneteenth. Imagine the minister of St. Luke Missionary Baptist Church was shot in the head, and the minister of Antioch Baptist Church was shot in the heart. And imagine then an 87-year-old lynching survivor was killed, and a 10-year-old child was killed too. Now imagine the Richmond mayor saying the Juneteenth celebration wasn't a neutral space, that celebrating Juneteenth in a public park is an assertion of power and dominance. Imagine the mayor going on to say that 2 Klansmen were actually 2 Black Lives Matter activists in Klans robes. This is exactly what the mayor said. Sharing is saying it. That's how social media works. He must resign.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nagin Mesaid.
Thank you. To the speaker that just left, that's a lot of imagining, and that is hard to do and come up with the conclusion that you came up with. I am I'm here to support Eduardo Martinez. I'm coming from the city of Berkeley. I am the previous Berkeley Tenant Union chair. Mayor Martinez has helped tenants all over the state because Richmond was one of the cities that after 30 years passed the first rent control ordinance, and Mayor Martinez was hard at work at that. These are the jobs of a person who cares about his community, a working class supporting mayor who is always there for his people in the classrooms, at the strike lines, with the tenants, with the people of Richmond. This is what we need to be concerned about, not a retweet that could mean anything. It could mean just consider this. All of this has been conflated.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is David Mandel. David Mandel. Okay, I don't see David. So the next speaker is Faiza Ayad.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name, wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Faiza. I'm here to support the mayor. And I wanted to say something. What's going on in Richmond, it's something we need to recognize. Racism it's all over the world, and it's in Richmond too. And also, I wanted to say, we've been victims. And now everything out on the open. I support you, Mr. Martinez, for standing up for the right of humanity on this earth. We lost it, and now it's time to gain it back.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dana Rios. Dana Rios. Okay, looks like Dana's not here. So the next speaker is Carolina Avalar.
Good evening. My name is Carolina. I have been a Richmond resident since 2022, and I remember Mayor Martinez going door to door that summer, reaching out to Richmond residents as part of his campaign. I am proud to have voted for Mayor Martinez then, and I am proud to have him as a mayor now. His leadership and the leadership of this city council is one of the many reasons why I am proud to be a Richmond resident. And as a Richmond resident who exercised their democratic right to vote, I very much resent an outside group's attempt to influence how this city is run. If the JCRC is defined in part by community relations and they have done a pretty poor job of it, since in my 3.5 years of living in Richmond, I have yet to see them do the work of community relationship building here. In fact, the only impression they have left is that of an outside group that comes in when it benefits them to advocate against the wishes of the people of Richmond. The people of Richmond elected Mayor Martinez, and we support his continued leadership and advocacy.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Leedy. Michael Leedy. Okay, looks like Michael's not here, so the next speaker is Sarah Cohen. Sarah Cohen. Looks like Sarah's not here either. The next speaker is Ellen Brodsky.
Hi, my name is Ellen Brodsky, and I'm Jewish, and I'm here to support the mayor. Just as the state of Israel falsely claims to act in the name of all Jews, the Jewish Community Relations Council falsely claims to speak for all Jews. You can see from the Jews who have spoken here tonight that this is not true at all. It is shameful that the JCRC continues to orchestrate an attack on Mayor Martinez for posts that he has apologized for. It hurts the Jewish community when a major pro-Israel advocacy organization like the JCRC uses the cover of criticizing anti-Semitism to attack elected officials who have the courage to oppose Israel's genocide and apartheid. Judaism is not Zionism, and criticism of Israel and Zionism is not anti-Semitism. All power to the people of Richmond and to the City Council for your support for the Palestinian people. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Eve Herbshop, and the following group of 10 speakers after that are Michael Tal, Linda Olvera, Frank Running Horse, Jack Cruzwell, Taylor De Rosado, Carlos Juarez, Rashi, Eric Bergman, Sheila Udenfriend, and Sonia Decker, if you could line up behind the mic. Eve Herbshop, you're the next speaker. Looks like Eve's not here. The next speaker is Michael Tal.
Good evening. Thank you. יש לי כמה מילים ליהודים שלי פה. מה אתם עושים? ההתנהגות הזאת. מגעיל. זה שואה. זה שואה אמיתי. כן. What I said to my fellow Jews here, thank you. What I said to my fellow Jews here is that this is a real Holocaust. This is another Holocaust. That is how history is going to remember it. Just the same way we all know what Germans did to us. Now the whole world knows. And we're going to have to reckon with what we did to Palestine, which will be freed. Bezrat Hashem, Palestine will be freed in our lifetime. In our lifetime. We are going to walk Richmond for RPA, for Mayor Eduardo. Thank you, Mayor Eduardo, for being a social justice visionary. We're going to walk Richmond until we have holes in our shoes to make sure that you get reelected and that you continue leading Richmond in this direction. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Linda Olvera. Linda Olvera. Looks like Linda's not here. The next speaker is Frank Running Horse.
Not here.
Not here. Thank you. The next speaker is Jack Cruzwell. Cruzwell. Not here. The next speaker is Taylor De Rosado.
All right. Well, how do I get this started? I'm on. All right. Well, hello everybody. I've been a Richmond resident my whole life. I'm homeless right now. I've been homeless for 7 years. What I need help with today is that there's a problem. This is an umbrella. You get shelter from it. It's a symbol. It's a sign. It shows us. It protects us. Well, what today's problem is the things don't really stand for what they stand for. I'm third generation American, quarter German, and the rest is Filipino. So I stand up for all sides, wherever they may come from. This is the land of the home and the free. Homeless people are like our pinky toes, and they're stressed out. This is how we help. We stand on all 10 to make sure we get that help. I've been selling this newspaper for advocacy. I hope this is a difference between panhandling, because this is
Your
panhandling.
time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Carlos Juarez.
Good evening, council members. My name is Carlos Juarez, and I'm a Richmond resident. And I want to be clear, anti-Semitism is unacceptable, and Jewish residents deserve to feel safe and protected in our city. Harm must be named and addressed. I also believe accountability should be proportional and constructive. Mayor Martinez has acknowledged the harm caused by his actions and has taken steps towards repair. His leadership has also resulted in tangible progress. Community oversight of police, crisis response alternatives, and thoughtful handling of immigrant safety issues. A formal censure is a serious action. I ask the council to reflect on whether this step strengthens trust and healing, or whether it risks overshadowing important work and growth already underway. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rashi. It looks like Rashi's not here. The next speaker is Eric Bergman. Mic is on. You can go ahead and start.
Mr. Martinez, most of the other speakers here have come across to me like defense attorneys and prosecuting attorneys. People who've criticized you have supported retributive justice, focusing on punishing you. The people who've defended you have denied that you recently posted negative lies about Jews. In contrast, I support restorative justice. For instance, for you to arrange a meeting where you and the other attendees would focus on exploring how to reduce people's anger and fear in ways which would feel doable for both you and others. I hope that what I've said has come across to you and some others here as encouraging honesty, kindness, and reconciliation.
Thank you. The next group of speakers will be Sheila Udenfriend, Sonia Decker, Courtney Cummings, Nikki Rouston, Martha Gruel, Kim F., Ina Silva, Walt Miller, Steve Cassell, Ramsey Robinson, Carol Sanders, and Cindy Shamban. Sheila Udenfriend, you can go ahead and start. It should be on.
Is it on? Yeah. Okay, thank you. My granddaughter, first of all, I'm sorry, I wanted to mention that I am a resident of Richmond, as is my granddaughter. She is a high school senior who is afraid to wear a Jewish star necklace to school because she fears crude, anti-Semitic remarks from other students. Our children learn from adults. If our leaders can't set a good example of respecting all ethnicities, how can we expect the kids to be any better? Passing along hateful, conspiracy-based posts on social media is not something that helps to create and foster a healthy community with mutual respect for all groups. This is especially important for the leaders of our community, such as the mayor. My hope is that my granddaughter can begin to wear her Jewish star in school without fear of verbal abuse, and that adults in our community will avoid giving emphasis to prejudice.
The next speaker is Sonia Decker.
Hello, I am a Jewish Richmond resident, and I am here to speak in support of Mayor Eduardo Martinez. I have seen all the work that you've done to support the Richmond community. I've heard many people speak about that tonight, including ways you've shown up for rent control, environmental justice. I want to add police reform and creating real safety that is rooted in care and decriminalization in Richmond. And my Judaism has taught me to stand up for liberation and justice, and that all of our well-being is connected. And I fear that this censure is weaponizing fear around anti-Semitism to undermine really important progressive changes in politics that is really important in this city. And I'm hearing that there's a need for repair. I'm hearing that you're engaging in that repair, and let's not go beyond into punishment that undermines all of our safety and well-being here in Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Courtney Cummings.
Just get the mic. Okay.
It's on.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Courtney Cummings, known as Courtney Bear Quiver now. And on behalf of American Indian Movement, that is nationwide, statewide, and citywide, we are here in support of Mr. Eduardo Martinez as mayor. I am Native American. I am Northern Cheyenne, Arikara, Muskogee Creek, enrolled member of 3 affiliated tribes of North Dakota. When I was afraid, and my children were afraid to be Native Americans here in our city, I walked alongside Mr. Eduardo, and he has, on behalf of him, before he was city council, has always supported us and many minorities who have not had the highlight on them. So, Mayor Eduardo, be strong. Know that you have people supporting you. It's all political. People are looking to get you out for their own reasons, not because you are a bad person. I forgive you. You asked for forgiveness, so we should all forgive you.
The next speaker is Nikki Ralston.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Richmond City Council. The only legitimate purpose of government is to protect and promote the welfare of its citizens. The good people of Richmond are no exception. I repeat, the good people of Richmond are no exception. They deserve leaders who obsess over how to serve them and who promote their best interests with all their vigor. Not a leader who obsesses over Jew hatred and promotes racist conspiracy theories and violence against minorities. Therefore, I call on Mayor Martinez to resign so that a worthy leader can take the helm and lead this city towards the brighter future that it deserves. Racism, conspiracy theories, and violence have no place in public leadership. The people of Richmond deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Martha Gruelle.
Hello, my name is Martha Gruelle. I'm a resident of Richmond. And in this complicated world, a couple of things are fairly clear. One is that the state of Israel is committing genocide against the people of Gaza. And second, that Eduardo Martinez is not an anti-Semite. Now, it is reasonable, it is justified to feel anger at the carelessness that led to the reposting of those anti-Semitic messages. However, the mayor has apologized explicitly and clearly and is working at making amends. That will not happen instantaneously, and it will not happen by a council vote. Someone who acknowledges and apologizes for their unintentional harm to Jews is not a Jew hater. And it seems to bear repeating that criticizing the actions of the Israeli government is not anti-Semitism. Mayor Martinez has made grave errors.
Thank you.
And should say
the next speaker is Kim F. Kim F.
Mayor and council members, I live in the Bay Area and stand in front of you this evening, given the extremely concerning circumstances. I come to demand, Mayor Martinez, that you resign. Myself, along with countless community members, including over 80 of your locally elected peers across the Bay Area, are alarmed by your repeated anti-Semitic activity, including the conspiracy theories you have spread. Mayor Martinez, you are entitled to your personal opinions. However, as a civic leader, your number one responsibility is to protect your constituents. Mayor, you have failed.
Your vitriol has made your own community feel less safe and has put Jews and the general public across the Bay Area at risk of physical harm. You are clearly aware of recent anti-Semitic violence, including Bondi Beach, as you despicably posted that Jews staged their own murder, including that of 10-year-old Matilda, featured here. Your actions are utterly irresponsible as a civic leader. I urge you to resign and let Bay Area rebuild.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Ina Silva. Ina Silva. Ina Silva. Okay, Ina's not here. The next speaker is Walt Miller. Not here. Thank you. The next speaker is Steve Cassell.
Excuse me? My name is Steve Castle. I am a resident of South San Francisco, and I am a candidate for city council in South San Francisco, precisely because of people like the mayor. I don't accuse him of anti-Semitism. I don't use that word. I do believe he is a vile Jew hater and a terrorist. And the reason I say that is the things he says cause Jews to be killed. It's very simple. I am a Zionist. I am a proud donor to AIPAC. I am a proud former member of the JCRC board. And the things that people have said here tonight about JCRC are despicable. They are not an Israeli organization. It's not a pro-Israel organization. They are a pro-Jewish organization who works on one thing and one thing only, to make sure that people that hate Jews are called to account. And let me tell you something right now. The city of Richmond has some major problems, and we're seeing it here tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ramsey Robinson. Ramsey Robinson.
It's very important that when we talk about harm being done, we never forget the tens of thousands of Palestinians, innocent, that won't open their eyes tomorrow morning. My name is Ramsey Robinson. I'm a member of the Peace and Freedom Party. I'm also a clinical social worker in the Bayview neighborhood of San Francisco, which has very strong parallels with Richmond. Bayview suffers from environmental racism, lack of jobs, and homelessness. And these are issues that I understand, Mayor Martinez, that you are fighting proactively against. We also understand that you are anti-war and pro-Palestinian and that you're being attacked because of this. So we ask that these attacks stop so you can continue to do the good work that you're doing. And we stand with you and we stand with Palestine like we always will do. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carol Sanders, and the following group, if you could line up behind the mic, will be Cindy Shambon, Rebecca Sparks, Abdul Fattah Debwan, Kathleen Irwin, Kalina Preforce, Henry Levy, Bill Barish, Seth Morinson, Juliet Lee, Elena A., and Sophie Reif. Carol Sanders, you can go ahead and step to the mic if you're here. No? Okay. The next speaker is Cindy Shambon. Okay. The next speaker is Rebecca Sparks.
My name is Rebecca Sparks, and I'm a Richmond resident. I'm here today to join over 80 current and former elected officials from across the region in calling for the resignation of Mayor Eduardo Martinez. In addition, we are calling on you, the City Council, to formally censure Mayor Martinez for his anti-Semitic posts and to publicly affirm that anti-Semitism in all its forms has no place in Richmond. The behavior of the mayor stokes the flames of anti-Semitism in this community, and it cannot be tolerated. His actions of reposting anti-Semitic conspiracy theories on social media has a profound effect on the safety of Jews everywhere, including his constituents. If he wants to go down an internet rabbit hole and repost lies in his own time, he is entitled to do so as a private citizen of the United States. But as an elected representative of this community, it is entirely inappropriate and dangerous to the Jewish community writ large. I call on the mayor to resign immediately and for city council to formally censure him for his gross negligence. Only this will
Your time
reform.
has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Abdul Fattah Debwan. Abdul Fattah Debwan. Okay, they're not here. The next speaker is Kathleen Irwin.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Irwin. I'm a longtime Richmond resident and voter from the Panhandle Annex. And I want to state very firmly that I do feel the reposting that you did, Mayor Martinez, was an anti-Semitic act, and it was very harmful. And I have heard your apology. And I want to acknowledge that because we have to start with that. If we can think about repair. If we think about repair, it means bringing the community back together. And for that, I want to shine a light on today about who is really splitting this community and point to Cesar Zepeda, who brought forward this, and another council member who brought forward this censorship without the proper process and who misrepresented it in his opening remarks. And it took another council member, Doria Robinson, to point that out in her comments. And I want to just say, I have 1 second left, but
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next
the
speaker,
late, great Jim
speaker,
McMillan
ma'am, your time has
called you
expired.
a
Ma'am,
separatist.
your time
and
has
he was
expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Kalina Preforce.
Mayor Martinez, my brother. You know me as Councilmember Kalima Pryforce of Emeryville, a Democratic Socialist, a Democratic Party delegate in Alameda County, and the first Haitian American elected official in California. I know what it is to be censored and sanctioned for fighting for working people, just as they tried tonight. So congratulations, Mayor. If they're coming for you, you must be doing something right. Let us be clear. This isn't about which side you fall on when a Euro apartheid state genocides brown people. It's about disciplining elected officials during an election year and sending a warning to every future Zohran Mamdani in the Bay Area to fall in line. But who controls our cities? Our cities belong to working people, immigrants, tenants, labor, and families demanding dignity, not donors, not lobbyists, not fear of the other. We run as Democratic Socialists. We govern as Democratic Socialists. I stand with Mayor Martinez, and let's vote these corporate centrists out of office.
Thank you. The next speaker is Henry Levy. Henry Levy. Levi.
My name is Henry Levy. I am the elected treasurer tax collector of Alameda County. I am Jewish. I am here to support my friend, Eduardo Martinez. Mayor, I met you 6 years ago when you were a fairly new council member and interested in the efforts to create an East Bay public bank and make community financial investments. I wouldn't have known about your opinions about Israel and Palestine, but I heard about it from the JCRC and the Jewish News. The JCRC informed me quickly about your reposts. You and I have talked about these for the last few weeks. You have heard my opinions, of which I have plenty. I don't feel any remarks I can make tonight will change those substantially affiliated with the JCRC. They made swift judgment of you, wanting to elect you to Bay Area Anti-Semite of the Year, and even making threats against you. I believe the voters of Richmond should be the ones to judge you.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Bill Barish. Bill Barish.
Good evening. I was born into a Jewish family. I've been in Israel. I have seen with my own eyes how Palestinians are treated. I have known the mayor for, 10 years now. I've worked on his last 3 campaigns, and if I thought that he was anti-Semitic in any way, I would not have come close to that. As a matter of fact, I would have been the first one to get in his face. I am sure, in fact, that the mayor is not nearly as virulently anti-Israel and anti-Zionist as I am. But in this moment, I will say he made a mistake. He copped to it. He apologized for it. And I consider him a friend. And I will be happy to be working on his next re-election campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Seth Morrison. Seth
I'm sorry,
Morrison.
Mr. Mayor, I hardly can hear it. Can you have the volume raised a little?
It's very,
Okay.
Yeah,
The
we just need
next-
to, can we instruct the speakers to speak closer to the mic?
And Mayor, if I may, through you as the chair, we have increased the volume and it is more challenging given the multiple settings, but staff is doing their best. That volume has
Yes,
been
yes,
adjusted.
I realize that. That's why I said the speakers need to step closer to the mic.
Okay, the next speaker is Seth Morrison. If Seth Morrison is here. Not, okay, thank you. The next speaker is Juliet Lee.
Hi, I'm Jewish. I live in Richmond District 6. It's an awesome city. It's an awesome district full of really beautiful, sweet people. I love my neighbors. I got to meet my representative last night. She's awesome. We have a lot of things going on in the city, but this is not what we should be focusing our attention on. We have my friend here behind me. He doesn't have a place to live, right? We have neighbors talking about trash. We have people, our schools are struggling. Our teachers need to get supported more. And we're pouring millions of our tax dollars, billions of our tax dollars into the war machine that is just bombing children, families, destroying an entire civilization. And that's what we need to be focusing on. There are children, prisoners of war, hostages, children, thousands of them. This is what we need to be focusing on.
Your time has expired.
Okay,
Thank you. The next speaker is Elena A. And if you can step closer to the mic.
Yeah, hi. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ilana Auerbach, and I am Jewish. I was raised a fourth generation Zionist, and I know from the inside, Zionism is not Judaism. Zionism is an ideology. Zionism is a supremacist ideology. It cannot exist without racism. And so I am here in support of the mayor. And I am here to say that there is a revolution happening here in Richmond because the people of Richmond and the leaders of Richmond have the moral courage and the moral fortitude to call it what it is. I am proud to be living in the East Bay, and the leaders of Richmond represent me much more aligned with my values than the leaders of Berkeley, where I live. And so I support you, Mayor. Keep up the strength, keep telling the truth, keep calling out the genocide, and keep liberation for all beings. That is what we're here for.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sophie Rife. And the last group of speakers after that are Gail Eyerweiss, Jocelyn D., Eva Chrysanthemum, Ian Alaid, Steve Griefs, Marie Anyam, Sarah Lamnin, Shahar Shakran, Miza Marar, Monadel Herzala, and Ayman Khalil. Sophie Rife, you can go ahead and step to the mic if you are present. Just Sophie's not here. The next speaker is Gail Eyerweiss. If you're here. Gail Eyerweiss. Okay, Gail is not here. The next speaker is Jocelyn D.
Hi, I'm Jocelyn. I'm a Jewish American of conscience. And hey, good, I'm glad this guy's still here because I just really want to say, I'm going to jump to the end here. Wearing a scarf, a keffiyeh analog scarf, emblazoned with the colors of the flag and the symbols of the flag that is committing genocide. I don't see how you can come here and complain about a hat that says death to the IDF. The chutzpah, the gall, the nerve, I'm embarrassed. So the JCRC and people who would come in here being so offensive doing that definitely do not speak for me. Anyway, I believe the mayor did make a misstep, made a misjudgment. I believe he's sincere in his wish to make amends and repair. And I do appreciate Treasurer Levy and the rabbi who came in here in the spirit of Tikkun Olam with the invitation for healing and restorative justice. And I
Your
do
time
believe
has
that is
expired.
possible.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ian Adair, or I'm sorry, Eva Christiant.
Thank you, Ava Crisanti. I just really want to briefly point out that the reason we're all here today is because the JCRC made a big fuss about the mayor reposting some material. This is a huge waste of time, but I want to point out that for the last 2 years and 2 months, I've been investigating, researching, and reporting on the various bizarre activities of the JCRC. Specifically, it's full frontal assault on the First Amendment here in the Bay Area. And, you know, there are a lot of activist groups that now have, because of my reporting, they have the ability to file all sorts of legal complaints. They haven't done so. I urge them to do so, because we're going to have to keep coming back here and sitting in packed rooms to give testimonials to a mayor if we don't address the JCRC. We need to take it on. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ian Adair. Ian Adair, you're present. No, Ian is not here. The next speaker is Steve Greaves.
My name is Steve Greaves. I had the honor of working almost in the next classroom from Eduardo Martinez when he was a teacher in this school district here. I had the honor of being a citizen of the city for a teacher for 15 years and living here for 7 years. And I'm thrilled that he's the mayor, and I support him wholeheartedly. And I'm pleased that he's also a supporter of equality and human rights across the board, which JCRC is not. JCRC is a front organization for the state of Israel, as are many so-called Jewish agencies around the country. And Israel would not even exist were it not for the hundreds of billions of dollars of American taxpayer dollars that have been weapon welfare warfare for them. And I'm fed up with it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Marie Anyam.
I'm Marie, the mama of Lydia, a 4-year-old special needs student at TK Stige Elementary. Thank you for quickly responding to my email. I truly appreciate the police department speaking with me and hope a safety plan is made with the district. The same graffiti was cited on our block today. As a mother, it's stressful and scary having students attend a school with facilities that are not updated. Stige continues to lack a canopy for the big play yard for the students to rest under. We don't have a TK playground structure, unpainted TK yard, inappropriate height sinks, lacks a security officer and security cameras due to the rising activity in the neighborhood. Our Black and brown students deserve the same resources and safety measures as other schools. We are families with feelings, dreams, and futures. It's the students and Lydia who are the victims in this. Please continue helping us. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah Lamnin.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Sarah Lamnin. I'm an elected Jewish local official, and I'm not here to defend the mayor's posts or to call for his resignation. I'm here because there is another way. I appreciate the mayor's willingness to engage with the local Jewish community, to listen to why blanket condemnation of Israel and the spread of conspiracy theories are dangerous and divisive. And I hope those long-awaited conversations lead to deeper understanding and collaboration. I'm here to work with you as well. I came tonight to ask all of us to work together, to begin the healing that Vice Mayor Zepeda spoke about. We need to stop fighting in council chambers. We need to start learning from each other. We must acknowledge that extremes on both sides are harmful and inaccurate. Whether it's claiming that all Jews or Israelis support human rights abuses,
or insists that even saying Palestine is unacceptable. There is another way that affirms the humanity of all people, and I urge us to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Shahar Shakran.
Hello, I didn't prepare a speech, so I'll try to keep it for like under a minute. I'm a resident of Richmond, I think District 3. I've been in the city for a while, and I've been meaning to speak about what's going on as far as politics in the city. I'm not here with JCRC or any other organization. I'm here as a former Israeli who's been living in the city, who's been thinking twice before putting a Nora on his window ledge, who's been unable to speak to my, shopkeepers who are Muslims because of this sentiments of hate that's been raging around the city ever since the condemnation of Israel. And I want to reinforce what's been said here. It's time for healing. It's time to focus criticism on the government of Israel and not on the Jewish people or the state of Israel, who's been through enough. And we as
Your time has expired. Thank you.
in the city.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Maiza Morar. Maiza Morar, if you're here. No, the next speaker is Manadel Herzala. Manadel Herzala. Oh, thank you. And the last speaker is Iman Khalil. Iman Khalil. Okay, well, there are no more public speakers in the auditorium.
So now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 45 speakers.
The first group of speakers online are Eileen Lee, Dorrit, Hillary, Judy Weatherly, Michael Gilkson, Marilyn Langlois, Paulin Levine, Orrin R., Amber Hartfield, and Michael Harris. Eileen, please unmute yourself. You'll have 1 minute and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Eileen Lee. I've lived in the Bay Area for 30 years. Thank you for this opportunity to gather and think together about how to respond to the mayor's endorsement of hatred and violence against Jews. As we've heard tonight, the mayor is a beloved role model for many here. Sadly, his example teaches the next generation to hate Jews. Thank you, Council members Cesar Zepeda and Jamilia Brown, for your courageous leadership in condemning Mayor Martinez's actions. Richmond deserves a better mayor, one who is committed to the safety of all its citizens, not one who spreads lies, empowers extremists, and inflames hatred. Each of you, council members, has the power to take action. Please act to stop the mayor from grooming the next generation to hate.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dorrit. Please state your first and last name for the record and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Dorit, and I'm been a Bay Area resident for over 40 years. I think the mayor made a big mistake, and what he's done is used the what has happened is he's working against pluralistic democracy. I think we have to keep that in mind very clearly. A pluralistic democracy and a leader of one, Mayor Martinez, should be very aware that when you target a minority, you are not representing all of the people in a community. And when people here conflate fighting anti-Semitism with being against liberal politics for LGBTQ and Black people and women's rights, we are not people who are against all of those things. We fight for those things as well. But we are Jewish people who want protection from our government. And now you're not even listening to what I'm saying. So I don't really believe you when you say you apologize because you've...
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Hillary. Hillary, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Hillary, please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your last name for the record.
Yeah, my name is Hillary Kilimnik. I am a Berkeley resident, member of the Jewish community, parents to 3 Jewish kids. And I'm here tonight to urge Mayor Martinez to resign over his anti-Semitic rhetoric and conspiracy theories that he's promoted on social media. He reposted claims that the ISIS-inspired massacre of Jews celebrating Hanukkah on Bondi Beach was an Israeli false flag. This is not an isolated incident. It's part of a disturbing pattern of anti-Semitic statements. This is not about politics. I'm not a lobbyist. I'm a person, I'm a community member. It's about basic human decency. Discriminatory statements toward any minority community endanger all minority communities. I want to thank the City Council for taking this matter seriously. Richmond deserves better. The Bay Area deserves better. Please do the right thing. A mayor that spreads dangerous falsehoods needs to take responsibility for his actions and resign. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Judy Weatherly. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Judy Weatherly. I'm 75 years old. I've been a social racial justice activist for much of my adult life. And after this meeting tonight, I have never felt the kind of fear living in Richmond that I feel right now. The amount of hatred in this room has been caused by you, Mayor, by you. This is just ridiculous that we should have to be putting up with this kind of hatred that has been going on for hours now. I can't even believe it. And I can't believe that I am afraid. I have lived in so many different places. I grew up in poverty. This is just ridiculous that you sit there. It's just, it's pretty amazing. You know, I'm actually pretty disgusted with most of the council right now. And I assure you that your anti-Semitism that has come out tonight and that has been flagrant in this audience is just disgusting.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Gilkson. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Michael Glickson. I am a resident of Richmond. I want to express my strong support for Mayor Eduardo Martinez. I will admit that as a Jew, I was disappointed at what Eduardo posted. Anti-Semitism is pernicious and has been for millennia. But because I know Eduardo, I do not expect that was his intention, and I want to hear more from him. Also, I'm a Jew who supports the rights of Palestinians to life and liberty. Unfortunately, showing public support for Palestinians has become dangerous in this country, and Eduardo has become a target of national pressure campaigns. Finally, Eduardo is a very successful mayor, and he is up for re-election this year. His opponents are using this issue to cast shade on Eduardo's numerous accomplishments, including vastly improving the city's financial condition, as attested to by the state of California, and the lowest homicide rate in Richmond's history. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Marilyn Langlois. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
My name is Marilyn Langlois, and I'm a 24-year Richmond resident. I fully support Mayor Eduardo Martinez. He had the fortitude to publicly admit he made a mistake and has apologized. Mayor Martinez denounces violence in all its forms and supports people of all religions. He recognizes the distinction between Judaism and the Zionist ideology that has placed Palestinians under brutal occupation for the last 77 years. Mayor Martinez empathizes with the underdog. Growing up in Texas as a poor Mexican-American kid with a stutter, he was likely bullied at school and thus recognizes the urge to retaliate that stems from such humiliation. But rather than act on that urge, he has devoted his life to fairness, nonviolence, and uplifting the oppressed. I hope he remains at the helm of our city for a second term. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Paula Levine. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello. Oh, is my time starting?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay. My name is Paul Levine. I am a 35-year or more plus resident of Richmond. I'm in Cesar Zepeda's district, and I am here to ask Mayor Eduardo Martinez to resign. I am, as you can see, I'm very shaken up by what I've heard tonight, and I'm upset by the fact that this was even an issue, because it shouldn't have been. And anyhow, I hope you take advantage of the offers to meet with Rabbi Julia Sachs Tyler. I think that I haven't heard your apology, so I'd like to hear that. And you could apologize to me personally. I would appreciate that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Oren R. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, good evening. My name is Oren. Thank you to Council Members Brown and Vice Mayor Cepeda for showing integrity and leadership tonight for consideration on the emergency agenda item. Mayor, gloating over mass murder, the ISIS shooting attack of Australians, Jews, police, and crackpot conspiracy theories about Bondi massacre is reprehensible and insane. And you're unfit to serve as mayor, and you should resign because of that. Here are some of the mayors and vice mayors of the Bay Area cities that have called for your resignations, plus dozens of others. San Pablo, El Cerrito, Pinole, Hercules, Albany, Berkeley, Orinda, Martinez, San Rafael, Corte Madera, San Anselmo, Tiburon, Pleasant Hill, Concord, Walnut Creek, Pittsburgh, Oakley, Brentwood, Livermore, Belmont, Los Altos, Santa Rosa, and Cloverdale. I'd also like to say that the Bondi Beach hero, Ahmed Ahmed, prayed today at the Rebbe's grave in New York. Mayor, you are no Ahmed Al-Ahmed. Resign.
The next speaker is Amber Hatfield. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening. My name is Amber Hatfield, and I'm a Richmond resident in District 3. I'd like to speak in opposition to the resolution censuring Mayor Martinez on the basis of personal social media posts that he has already rescinded and for which he has already apologized. This should be a teaching moment for all of us about how to listen to one another, not a politically motivated smear campaign. Mayor Martinez has been a role model for leading the city of Richmond with compassion for the most vulnerable people. Removing him from committees on which he is doing real work on important issues would harm all Richmond residents. Punishing him by docking his pay is not going to repair harm done. It will only benefit those who are running against him in the coming primaries. I urge Councilmember Brown and Vice Mayor Cepeda to reconsider bringing this divisive and detrimental resolution, follow the mayor's lead, and get back to work on real problems. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Harris, followed by Kate Bolton-Schmuckler, Kevin Wilk, Sarah Thies, Juan Canham, Deborah John, and OG Strojats. Michael, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, council members. I'm a 40-year resident of the Bay Area. There isn't time tonight to rebut all the lies that have been spoken here, so let's focus on what this is about. The mayor, who was the perpetrator and not the victim here, accused Jews of staging the Bondi Beach massacre to gain sympathy. That's just the latest in a series of posts of sordid Jew hate that he has shared. This isn't criticism of Israel as much as some want to classify all hate speech against Jews downward into that. We all know, had the mayor made similar hateful statements about Black people after the massacre at the church in Charleston in 2015, or the massacre of LGBTQ people in Orlando in 2016, he would have been censured and forced to resign in short order. But against one and only one group, his progressive credentials are considered acceptable enough to allow him to incite hate in the name of the greater good. The council needs to censure him, and Mayor Martinez, you need to resign so the council can get back to the actual needs of the city of Richmond instead of spending more meetings dealing with this fallout. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kate Bolton-Schmuckler. Looks like she dropped her hand. The next speaker is Mayor Wilk. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Kevin Wilk. I'm the mayor of Walnut Creek and the only Jewish mayor in Contra Costa County. One major responsibility in a mayor's role in leading the city is to keep people safe and not spread more unwarranted division. As an elected official, I stand up against all hate, not just anti-Semitism, but against racism and hate speech of all kinds. This is what should be expected of our elected officials. Amplifying anti-Semitism or any hate speech doesn't just hurt that targeted group, it hurts all of us. This is why there has been tremendous condemnation of Mayor Martinez's anti-Semitic postings all across the East Bay and beyond. A mayor's words, whether they be on camera, print, or social media, carry weight. Anti-Semitism is an attack on a race, an ethnicity, a religion. no different than an attack on one's skin color or heritage. Criticizing the Israeli government is not anti-Semitism. Speaking out and condemning a business, a group, or an event because they are Jewish is anti-Semitism.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah Thies. Please unmute yourself and you may begin. Sarah? All right, we're going to move on to the next speaker, Juan Canham. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, I'm Juan. I'm an Oakland resident. None of this Bay Area nonsense. I'm clear about where I'm from, which I don't think can be said for the vast majority of speakers that want to overrule the votes of Richmond residents. I do follow Richmond closely because it's a shining beacon we can all learn from, especially when it comes to reducing crime by investing in people, taking millions from corporations and using them to improve working people's lives. But I'm mostly calling in support of listening to the people of Richmond, given how easy it is for outsiders, including myself, to weigh in. I do hope the mayor has productive conversations to repair the harm caused with the Richmond rabbi that spoke earlier. That's what matters here, not JCRC's takes, nor my own. And I look forward to hearing about the productive conversations with the community that's been harmed, not this kind of political spectacle that has been caused. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go back to Sarah Thies. Sarah, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Sarah? Okay, we will move on and go back to Sarah. Deborah, please unmute yourself, state your last name for the record, and you may begin. Deborah, please unmute yourself. You may begin. Okay, we will move on to John. John, please unmute yourself, state your last name for the record. You may begin.
This has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. It has everything to do with the system of whiteness and white culture and white supremacy. We live on stolen land, stolen by Europeans who classify themselves as white people.
Thank you.
Those same white people, stolen land in what is called Israel, they have now practiced genocide upon those people. They do what they always do, deny, deny, deny. They've even co-opted the term Semite. Most or many inhabitants of the world are classified as Semitic, but these white people have stolen the term. Deny, deny, deny. The same people who have claimed the same people who have claimed genocide are now practicing genocide upon another group of people with whom land they've stolen.
Thank you. The next speaker is OG Stratz, followed by Zoom user Carla Schick, Carrie Hillis, Nancy, Madi, Sarah C., River, and Barry Taranto. OG Strogatz, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm OG Strogatz. I'm a Jew and a Walnut Creek resident. My heart aches every day for the suffering of Palestinians and Israelis over so many years. Our elected and appointed leaders at every level of government, regardless of where they govern, are responsible for modeling great citizenship for all of us. Regrettably, by spreading false information about the massacre of Jews in Australia and about the sources of anti-Semitism, Mayor Martinez has fallen short of the honest, wise, responsible conduct we need from our leaders. I ask that the City Council censure Mayor Martinez and that he resign.
The next speaker is Carla. Carla, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Okay. As a Jewish American, I am deeply grieved by the ongoing genocide in Gaza.
As a Bay Area resident, I feel represented by resolutions and actions taken by Bay Area municipalities to stop the genocide. As a teacher, I have witnessed that the path to healing comes through education and conversation, and not by punitive actions or the silencing of political speech. This is also a Jewish value. Retribution and hatred against leaders like Mayor Martinez, who support Palestinians in their struggles for justice, have no place in our political discussions or policies. I support Mayor Martinez's leadership in affirming Palestinian life. For decades, Palestinians have been demonized by the mainstream to justify whatever brutal acts are done against them. I am proud of our Bay Area city's leadership, and in particular Richmond City Council, in affirming that we have the power to stop and challenge policies enabling the genocide against Palestinians despite the so-called ceasefire. Our work must continue, and as labor says, an injury to one is an injury to all.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Deborah. Deborah, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you so much. So yes, my name is Deborah Small. I'm a Richmond resident, former chair of the Richmond Community Public Safety Task Force. And I just want to speak in support of Mayor Martinez. I have never been more proud of him than I am tonight. Not because I agreed with the posting. I think most of us admit that that was a mistake, but for the level of grace that he has shown tonight, for the level of leadership that he has demonstrated in what it means to be a public official that actually listens to the public, that does things that support democracy. And, you know, he never ran as a perfect person. He hasn't governed as a perfect person. But what he has shown us is what it means to be a regular person serving the public. For that, I thank you. And I hope that my grandson can grow up to be the kind of person and leader that you are.
Thank you. The next speaker is has the device name Zoom user. Please state your first and last name for the record, and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Diane Duran, and my husband's next to me. I'm actually Jewish. A lot of people that Martinez headlines as not Jewish, and they're anti-Semites. Obviously, he's the leader of the anti-Semite people in this room. I'm from Ukraine, and I know what anti-Semitism look like. And Edward Martinez is extremely anti-Semitic and should not be mayor. My husband will speak for the remainder of the time.
Hi, I'm Juan Duran. And actually, we are the people facing tough times right now. And we, the people, we really want peace and positiveness on society. Our Mayor Eduardo Martinez needs to change his personal comments or resign, perhaps. We, the people, cannot support negative influence. This is America. Mayor Eduardo, did you came to America to spread hate on Jews? That is my question to Eduardo, our mayor. I'm a Latino myself, and I came here for peace to support the community.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Carrie Hillis. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Kerry Hillis, and I am the mayor of the town of Moraga, California. As a fellow elected official, I do not take lightly making critical remarks at other council's meeting, especially when they are regarding the presiding officer. Put plainly, Mayor Martinez, your actions and your failure to proactively commit to full restorative justice created all of the division you see before you here tonight. As mayor, you should have known the damage you would do to your community when you shared clearly anti-Semitic and horrific social media posts claiming that the massacre of Jews celebrating Hanukkah in Sydney was a false flag operation. Mayor Hernandez, your clearly Trump-like spreading of hateful disinformation is deplorable. You are doing real harm, and you can see it here in your council chambers tonight. While I am not Jewish, my family is, and they live in Richmond. I am here speaking on their behalf, as they are afraid of you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nancy. Nancy, please unmute yourself. State your last name for the record. You may begin.
My name is Nancy Burke. I've been a resident of Richmond for over 30 years, and I'm Jewish. And I am shaking tonight. The hatred in the room where all of you are is just just have felt it all night tonight. And the hatred that I felt, Eduardo, when you posted those posts on Hanukkah, when we were all grieving what had happened in Australia, it was just awful. And I feel so unsafe as a Jew in my own community. And I really need you to hear that. I need you to hear how unsafe Jews are feeling here in Richmond. That's the whole point. It's not about JCRC. It's not about you running for anything. This is not political. This is about feeling unsafe in Richmond as a Jew. So I really need you to do something about that. I need to see something change. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Madi. Madi, please unmute yourself, state your last name for the record, and you may begin.
Hello, my name is Maddie Pinetti. I am a Berkeley resident and a volunteer with the Peace and Freedom Party, and I'm calling because I support Mayor Martinez. I care about the city of Richmond, and I appreciate the work the mayor has done over the past 2 years to improve the city. And Richmond was the first U.S. city to pass a ceasefire resolution under Mayor Martinez. We really can't lose sight of what is happening in Gaza and the thousands and thousands of Palestinian lives that have been lost in this genocide. The mayor's outspoken positions on Gaza and Palestinian human rights have made him a target, and this moment is being used to try to silence a political voice that challenges the status quo. We've seen similar attacks play out all across this country, and we can't allow this to happen here in East Bay as well. With the increasing attacks on our immigrant communities here in Richmond and the U.S. war machine escalating attacks abroad, now is the time we need leadership like Mayor Martinez's. Political attacks do not strengthen Richmond. I would like to call on the City Council to act with consistency and fairness. The future of Richmond depends on it, and we want to move forward with healing and accountability, not repression.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Cheryl Davila. Cheryl, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you for taking my hand because somebody put it down and it wasn't me. And I kept raising it and then it kept getting lowered. So yes, Eduardo Martinez, Honorable Mayor Eduardo Martinez has been the best mayor for Richmond for quite some time. I've been a 44-year resident of Berkeley, and I'm a former council member in the city of Berkeley. And before he was mayor, he was a council member and working with me side by side on climate and all these different issues. He's been so great for Richmond, and JCRC is a Zionist organization. Zionism equals hate, equals racism, and don't believe the hype from all these people that are telling you lies, because JCRC is paid to do what they're doing, to take down progressive, anti-Zionist, elected officials and anybody that speaks against. It's not real.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Sarah C., followed by River, Barry Taranto, Robbie Cat Davis, Mark Salomons, Ally Sakar, and Diana Honig. Sarah, please mute yourself, state your last name for the record, and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Sarah Cantor. I am a Jewish resident of Richmond. I want to talk about the difference between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. They're not the same thing, as many speakers tonight have said. I was also horrified by Mayor Martinez's posts, and they are an example of anti-Semitism. The things that he posted were not about criticizing the genocidal actions of Israel, and that is an example of anti-Semitism. The rest of his actions, supporting the people of Palestine and actually calling into account the genocidal actions of Israel, are not anti-Semitism. That is anti-Zionism. The things that people have said tonight, criticizing Zionism, criticizing Israel, criticizing the IDF, that is anti-Zionism. And I think that it's really important that we keep those things straight. There has been no anti-Semitism or Jew hatred in this room tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is River. River, please unmute yourself. State your last name for the record, please. River?
Hi, my name is River Allen, and I am a Richmond resident. The post that Mayor Martinez reposted was a mistake, and I hope he continues to take steps of accountability for its impact. However, I hope this upsetting act by the mayor doesn't distract from the importance of defending Palestinian liberation and speaking strongly against the ongoing US and Israeli genocide of the Palestinian people. We must eradicate anti-Semitism and free Palestine. Living and working in Richmond, I'm perpetually grateful for the progressive leaders on my council who are attentive to what Richmond residents need, like rent control, accountability from Chevron, and solidarity with Palestine, because my own well-being and liberation is tightly intertwined with the liberation of Palestine. Thank you, Richmond City Council members, for the work you do, and I stand in support of Mayor Martinez today. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Barry Taranto. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yes, good evening. I appreciate the patience of all of the city council members for taking the time to listen to everyone's words. I'm very much concerned that an elected leader of a major East Bay city decided that it was okay to accuse Jews of wanting to kill themselves. I don't understand it. We're celebrating Hanukkah, just like Christians celebrate Christmas, and then African Americans celebrate Kwanzaa. I don't understand why that's okay for an elected leader to think that that is okay. I hope that the mayor can take the time to figure out how to do restorative justice and to understand that his words kill. That it's not so much him, but now I'm afraid to come to Richmond. I live in San Rafael, but I'm not sure I'm going to want to stop in Richmond anymore because
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Kat Davies. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Rabbi Kat Zavis of Beit Tikkun, and I have members in Richmond. I oppose the call for the mayor's resignation and censorship. Sometimes even those of us with the best intentions miss the mark. Mayor Martinez's posts were hurtful and perpetrated anti-Semitic tropes. Mayor Martinez and I have spoke a few times since then. I have found him to be genuinely concerned and apologetic. He has expressed interest in learning and making amends, or as we call it in Judaism, doing teshuvah. We will only attain the liberated, caring, beloved community we all seek by working together and repairing harm when needed. The mayor is engaging in that work. As the mayor embarks on this journey, it is our job to open our hearts to accept the repair. I'm available to answer questions, provide guidance, and support you on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mark Solomons. Please unmute yourself and you may begin. Mark Solomons. Okay, we'll come back to Mark. The next speaker is Ali Sakar. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, I'm Ali Saker, a Bay Area resident. Israel has killed at least 20,000 Palestinian children since October 2023. The International Association of Genocide Scholars has concluded that Israel is committing genocide. Some on the other side in this discussion have mentioned that we should not repeat history, and we're right, which is why we should not cave to groups like JCRC, groups who look to intimidate leaders who stand up for their community, and groups that are trying to erase from history the Israeli genocide of Palestinians. Our country and our world need more leaders who stand against Chevron, stand for tenants, and stand for a free Palestine. Voters remember leaders who stand for the right thing and who uplift, and I'd like to sincerely thank Mayor Eduardo Martinez for being one who does. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is, let's try Mark Solomons again. Mark, please unmute yourself. You may begin. Okay, looks like we maybe have some difficulty here. Let's go ahead and move on to the next speaker. Diane Honig, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, Diana Honig. I'm a Jewish resident in Contra Costa County, and yes, anti-Semitism travels across our county, so it's not even relevant which particular city I'm from. I'm almost unable to speak because I'm so incredibly sad, and it's been an incredibly painful process to sit through the amount of hate that I've seen tonight. Once again, the Richmond City Council chamber has become a forum for folks to spew anti-Jewish hate, and it's because of the actions of the Richmond mayor. I'm saddened that the response of those who continue to just dismiss out of hand Jewish pain and fears by saying that those of us who are trying to speak up against particular anti-Semitic posts are doing so for political reasons or for political speech. This is not political, and it's absolutely not about Gaza. Do we want leaders who...
Your time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker has a device ending with 5324. Please state your first and last name for the record. You may begin. Speaker with the phone number ending in 5324. Please unmute yourself. You may begin. Okay, we're going to move on to the next speaker, which is Shayna Kills, followed by Paolo Laverde, followed by Heather, Michelle Levine, and Idamar Landu. Shayna, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Shayna Keels. I'm a Jewish resident of Richmond, and I deeply appreciate our mayor's commitment to all of the people of this city. Having been targeted myself by anti-Semitic violence and having lost family members in the German Holocaust, I feel most safe with leadership that denounces genocide and fights against imperial violence. Criticism of the IDF is not the same as criticism of the Jewish people. Indeed, the assumption that critique of Israel is the same as critique of Jewish people is what's most dangerous. I see the mayor's outreach to Jewish residents of Richmond and his desire for repair, and I also, more importantly, see his steadfast support for our communities who are targeted by ICE, whose families have been impacted by colonialist violence, and who have been impacted by environmental racism. I am proud to live in a city led by someone with a deep commitment to life and community, and proud of the work of our mayor. The Jewish community is diverse, and GCRC does not speak for me. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Paola Laverde. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor Martinez. My name is Paola, and I'm calling from Berkeley because 3 of my City Council members thought they were speaking for me when they signed over they signed that petition demanding that the mayor resign over a repost on social media. And the only reason we know about this issue is because the JCRC has blown it up. I full-throatedly support Mayor Martinez, and I'm glad he apologized for his blunder. This effort against Mayor Martinez is a racist smear campaign sponsored by a Zionist organization and endorsed by politicians who have gone to Israel on JCRC's dime. They want to get rid of a successful community leader who has not only made a positive difference in the lives of Richmond's residents, but stood up against the status quo. I hope the citizens of Richmond keep this in mind. And the real dangers to Jews everywhere is the Zionist Israeli government and its genocide against the Palestinian people. All power to the people, and all power to the people in Richmond.
Thank you. The next speaker is Holly Thier. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, this is Holly Thier. I've just finished being mayor of Tiburon. And, you know, being mayor is a position of great respect and great responsibility. The comments that were made on social media were anti-Semitic. These comments accused Israel of the terror attacks at Bondi Beach and other things. And I want to say that Eduardo Martinez should at minimum be censored, but I believe he should resign because words matter. And he has made the residents feel unsafe and unwelcome and living in fear. It's not okay to make residents live in fear when you're mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
The next speaker is Michelle Levin. Please unmute yourself and you may begin. Michelle? Okay, we'll go to the next speaker. That is going to be Idamar Landu. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, my name is Itamar Landau. I'm speaking on behalf of the Jewish Coalition of Berkeley, an organization of about 500 Berkeley and Bay Area residents, including about 20 Richmond residents. I really appreciate the small fraction of the mayor's supporters who sincerely acknowledged how bad his recent posts were and called for true repair. But the mayor's current apology is nowhere near commensurate with even just the one most outrageous Bondi Beach post. And the real problem is that post was not a mistake or a blunder. It's part of a pattern of social media behavior that goes well beyond legitimate concern for the suffering of Palestinians, well beyond even an obsessive focus on some real Israeli crimes. The series of posts going back years cross clearly into the realm of conspiratorial anti-Semitism, where the left stops being progressive and shakes hands with the radical right, with anti-Semites like Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes. This post included a 25 claim that the Iranian bombing of an Israeli hospital was a false flag, a 24 post that 10/7 itself was engineered and manufactured by Israel to kill their own.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Carol Singer. Carol, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I am a Jewish resident of Richmond for over 47 years. I have always felt safe in my community, but as a Jew, that sense has been shattered right now. I'm here to request that the council sanction the mayor. Consider myself on the far left, and I do not support Israel's actions, but I can hold the complexities of the conflict. Mayor Martinez cannot. It is unacceptable that an elected official spread conspiracy theories, foster hate, conflate Zionism with Judaism, and blaming the Jews in Australia for Gaza. And in my opinion, as an elected official, to wear a keffiyeh or a hat that promotes death is showing very poor leadership. And he no longer has my trust or my faith that he can lead with dignity and humanity. And frankly,
thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Rochelle. Rochelle, please unmute yourself, state your last name for the record, and you may begin.
Hi, last name is Bitone. I'm not involved with JCRC. I am just calling here to voice that I feel a lot of empathy for every council member sitting on this board at this moment, because Mayor Martinez has put your dignity and your career in jeopardy. Obviously, this is pretty embarrassing behavior for an elected official, let alone a mayor. I've just taken a 2-hour training course at my work, in which if I did that at my work, I would not be keeping my job. And I don't know many elected jobs in which this is an oopsie. I appreciate that there's been an apology, but we have to hold ourselves responsible for our actions. And it is time for him to be responsible for this really embarrassing outward display of anti-Semitism.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rafael Minas. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
That's okay. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Rafael Minas, and I'm a resident of Pinole. I'm not a Jewish person, but I'm speaking tonight because we've been conflating categories. We've been saying, effectively speaking, if we're progressive, we can't call out anti-Semitism, or that if we're calling out anti-Semitism, that we can't also be anti-Zionist. I feel as though Mayor Martinez's social media posts undermined the work that he did to draw attention to the genocide that Israel is carrying out in Gaza and made his community feel less safe. And they undermine the progressive values that he and I both hold. I urge him to continue to seek forgiveness and to apologize more thoroughly, and to consider why people are afraid.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sinai Kringel Armstrong. Please unmute yourself and you may begin. Sinai?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Sinai is my surname, so I'm going to say my name is Tamar Kriegel, and I'm actually a member from Humboldt County. I'm a proud Zionist. I'm also proud of being on the peace camp between Israelis and Palestinians. Anyone that commit blood libel against Jews must resign. For the record, Zionism is simply the right of the Jews to self-determine in their ancestral homeland. This is especially true for elected officials. They have an extra responsibility to lead the community with dignity and respect. I urge you to recognize the hateful action of the mayor and please resign. This is disgusting.
Thank you. The next speaker, we'll go back to Mark Solomons one last time. Mark, please unmute yourself. You may begin. Okay.
Okay, I think I'm unmuting.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I missed before, but I'm ready. Mark Solomons. I'm from Noah Marin, name, oppose, and abolish hate. I agree with Councilmember Carlos Cepeda to censor the mayor. The mayor blamed Jews for a terrorist attack in Sydney. Unacceptable from any public official. And his apology, deeply regretting my actions, committing to do better, he said, I want to sincerely apologize to those who were hurt. That was never my intention, but intent does not erase impact. Councilmember Cepeda said he only apologized for reposting content rather than acknowledging the harm. The apology does not erase harm. His response focused on posts too quickly. It fails to acknowledge or take responsibility for spreading unfounded anti-Semitic conspiracy. We hear he should be forgiven. Is this post from LinkedIn also a mistake?
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Arlette and Kira Lee. Please unmute yourself, Arlette. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Arlette. My statement will actually be in Spanish. Mi nombre es Arlette y soy miembro del sindicato de SEIU 1021. Vengo en apoyo del alcalde Martínez y su liderazgo. Gracias por liderar con humildad y justicia social al frente. Lo que está ocurriendo ahorita es un ataque político en contra del alcalde por parte de personas sionistas, muchos quienes ni viven en Richmond. Muchos hoy han dado testimonio de los muchos éxitos del alcalde y el bien que ha creado en la ciudad de Richmond. No permitiremos que sionistas determinados en derrocar líderes que critican al Estado sionista manchen su legado como líder progresista y su trabajo increíble en Richmond. A los que escuchan, no se dejen llevar de las mentiras y vean que el alcalde Martínez es un funcionario público que ha hecho cambios positivos y merece seguir liderando. Gracias.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kira. Kira, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Kira?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Beautiful. Kyra Lee, proud servant of the city of Richmond. I actually wasn't going to speak tonight, but I do want to greet all of City Council. You all have had a really long night, and I do want to say I'm sorry for that. I can see your faces. The only thing that I understand to be on the agenda tonight is whether diminishing murder in another country of people is something that an elected official on their job should be joking about. And I would say no. I think that it is representative of all of the comments that we have heard tonight that Councilman and Vice Mayor Cesar Zepeda and Councilwoman Jamila Brown did the right thing to give us the option to weigh in, because this is the largest number of comments I've heard in the last 12 months. I do want to point out, Mayor Martinez, that the only person that you corrected publicly tonight was actually Councilwoman Brown, a Black woman. And that's the reason that I decided to give a comment, because while someone is repenting for one mistake, it's interesting how we're speaking to someone else.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Chang. Chang, please unmute yourself, state your first and last name for the record, and you may begin.
You hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Alan Mayer, a resident of Contra Costa County, living in the town of Kensington. I call on Mayor Martinez to take responsibility for his actions by resigning. The hateful and harmful nature of your posts would have been obvious to any rational, unbiased person, yet that did not deter you from posting them. Your apology lacks a forthright acknowledgement of the harm your posts have done and how wrong they were. This underscores your lack of concern for the well-being of the Jewish citizens of Richmond and our greater community in the Bay Area. You have betrayed your role as mayor of all the people and must resign.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jane Corrent. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Council. I am a Jewish resident of Richmond, and I have waited these long hours, just as you, to say that although I was dismayed by what I read of this post that Mayor Martinez put in his social media, I having to assume it was hasty or careless. I am satisfied with his public apology and, like others, hope that he continues his efforts to make amends, or what the rabbi called teshuvah, to the Jewish community to promote understanding and healing. I've known Eduardo. I've worked to see him elected in the 12 years I've lived here. So it was difficult.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker has a device ending with the phone number 2014. Please state your first and last name for the record. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Noor Delanu. I'm an Oakland resident. I just want to express that I've heard a lot of hatred in this call and in this meeting, and I think it's really important for there to be accountability for posting conspiracy theories that are not just about. I'm devastated by the genocide in Gaza, but it's when elected officials are posting conspiracy theories or reposting conspiracy theories on LinkedIn, there needs to be more than an apology, and there needs to be accountability for his actions. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker has a device ending with the phone number 5324. Please unmute yourself and you may begin. Please state your first and last name for the record, please.
This is Sal Letterman. I speak tonight against hate in our community, specifically anti-Zionism. Unfortunately, this hate has spread to Richmond's highest ranks, including its mayor. I welcome debate over controversial issues, including Israel and Palestine, but confusion about Israel's existence should not be seeping its way into our community. Mayor Martinez is doing just this with his long documented history of anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist statements. Just as Arab and Muslim are not bad words, Zionist is not a bad word either. The citizens of Richmond should not be getting the message that it is, especially from their own mayor. We are all getting this message each day that he remains in office. Many have lost sight of basic historical facts and do not understand the situation many valuable Israeli and Zionist community members are in. Many of us have lost friends and family to anti-Semitism, including terrorist attacks. We are being bombarded with messages from media, hateful graffiti.
Your time has expired. Thank you. And that appears to be our last speaker.
No, because this is just public comment.
Yes, okay. I think it's time for the consent calendar.
Okay, our next item is approval of the consent calendar. And as a reminder, item 03A, that's a contract with Lift Tech Consultants, Inc. for planning and design services for the relocation of the SS Red Oak Victory has been continued to February 3rd. So we need a motion.
Okay, a motion. I'll make the motion to approve the consent calendar.
I second.
Motion by me, the mayor, and seconded by Councilmember
Jimenez.
Jimenez.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner? Yes. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes. Okay.
Okay. Since we've sent staff home, we will go to reports of officers, referrals to
I'm
staff.
sorry, there is one item.
Item P3?
You don't need staff for that?
P3. I believe our fire chief is here to answer questions about this item. I
Okay.
sponsored this item, and I believe
Let
we
me
have
introduce the
time.
item,
If I
please.
may, Mayor, through you as the chair.
Yes.
This item requires additional staff besides fire. The way that the municipal code works, it would also involve planning, community development staff. And as we noted earlier this evening, those personnel were released for the evening. And so we are not prepared to discuss this item at this time.
I'm sorry, but this is to direct the staff to come up with an ordinance.
I'm not, I'm stating that the staff personnel that would be assisting with the item are no longer in the audience because they've been released. It is not only within the purview of Chief Osario, it would also involve planning, community development staff who are no longer with us this evening.
Okay.
All right, so back to item Q, reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1, 2, 3, 4 reports. Do we have any? Well, go ahead.
Thank you. So as the liaison with the West Contra Costa County School District, I'm trying to, I'm going to have a meeting with the new superintendent, and I'm going to invite her for a presentation about the status of our schools. Also, I'm glad to report that the city staff and the school are working on school safety, and I hope that we will have a report about it soon.
Anyone else? Well, if there are not, then it's time for adjournment, and I will allow Councilmember Bana.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So, as I mentioned, last few weeks of the year were especially very shaking and rattling and sad because we had some homicides, although the number of homicides, all due to gun violence, has been substantially reduced. I mean, the city of Richmond should be proud of having reduced it from like 50, 60 per year to 5 last year in 2025. And I would like to sincerely thank Office of Neighborhood Safety, our police department, many community-based organizations and volunteers working on that. Still, 5 is too many. We need to reduce it even more. I would have liked us to say their names loud, all the city council members, to emphasize and affirm our commitment to reduce it, minimize it even further, and also our commitment to respect the sanctity of life. That's very important. That's basic human right. And it's important to renew that commitment and honor the grief and trauma that many families are going through, just to acknowledge it and try to work towards that, put it on top of our policy or whatever it takes the city to work even harder on reducing gun violence. We don't have the permission from the families to say their names loudly. So I'm just asking everyone, please, to acknowledge the loss of life due to gun violence, 5 homicides in 2025, to acknowledge the pain, trauma that we all should work to reduce as much as possible. Let's have a few moments of silence. Thank you very much, and I would like to ask the city attorney to have permission from the families in the future to say their names loud too. Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, we are adjourned.